can you wave your hands? National Escort SoTLAN. I know some are busy outside. If you are here, wave your hands before your official recognition. Is there anyone here? They are all busy, but let's clap for them in absentia. They are working for us. Yes. The local organizing committee, chairman by no other person than Dr. Jimo. LOC members, please stand up and wave while we clap for them. You have done noble. Thank you so, so much. Okay, we will be welcoming to the high table the following. And with me today, or the major anchor for today, is no other person than...
My name is Ademola Taufik Onotunde, but you all know me as Atom.
And I remain my humble self.
Yes, the smallest indivisible particle of an element. That is chemistry of the old school. Now we are having positrons and other micro particles coming out from the atom. Thank you very much.
Amen. I will say amen. You see, that's the good challenge or the good problem I always encounter with analysts. It's now anatomically, analytically compliant. And me, you see, my humble self, I remain Oluseyi Deborah, the Black Beauty of SoTLAN. I'm here with him to drive this conference to a safe shore and give us a safe landing. Thank you, as you say with us.
Yes,
so we'll be inviting.
Yes. I will start by calling on the president of the Society of Testing Laboratory Analysts of Nigeria, in person of Professor Olubenga.
Please jam those hands together.
Fellow of the Institute of Public Analysis. Please, Prof.
As he takes his presidential steppings to the high table, please keep clapping until he's seated here. I don't want to receive presidential judgment. You're welcome, sir. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. I would like to call on his first vice president in person of Mr. Bolahan Bolawa, a fellow of the Institute. Please give him a big round of applause.
Together. That's our VP1. Yes. Okay. Okay, I'll be inviting the National Vice President too, in person of Ajia Farida Bello. Is she in the house? Yes, to the high table. Okay. I got to hear she's on her way. Once she gets here, she'll be invited. And to follow is the immediate past president, Dr. Femi Oyediran. Is he in the house, please? Yes, please keep jamming those hands together. Oh. We are not economizing it. Please, please, jam it. Dr. Femi, you're welcome. He's on his way to this place. Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay. The society is, as the name implies, the Society of Testing Laboratory Analysts of Nigeria. But we have a regulatory body, and that is the Institute of Public Analysts of Nigeria. It is my pleasure to call on the Registrar Chief Executive Officer of our very, very nice institute, in person of my friend, my brother, my Oga, Al-Aji Aliu Angara. Please give me a big round of applause,
those
please.
hands together. Yes. You're welcome, you're welcome, you're welcome.
We all know that it is important for us to know, even if we have forgotten, that the chief host of this program is the executive governor of Ogun State, in person of Chief Dakpo Abiodun. However, we are still waiting for his representative, but there is a very big Oga on the ground. For those of us that are familiar, well, I wouldn't read his profile now. Let me just call him to the table because he's a very, very big fish. We've been together in Lagos for years on end. The Yorubas call it Lalaye Alalumole. Ways back. those of us who were young in Lagos, we went through what is called the Kokiti system of disposal of faces. And some years later, how will I call it? The agency in charge of waste in Lagos State was blessed with a leader who revolutionized waste management in Lagos. And that person is here with us today, and that is our Honorable Commissioner, the Ogun State Commissioner for Environment, in person of Mr. Oresanya. Please give me a big round of applause, please.
Jam those signs together. We are honored to have you here, sir. Keep clapping, please. Keep clapping. We are honored to have you, sir. We are honored, sir. You're welcome, sir. Keep clapping, oh. He's not yet seated. Yes.
Thank you. There is no how I wouldn't invite the LOC chairman, even if it is briefly, for us to know him, because I know you'll be very busy throughout today's program. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the high table Dr. Ademola Jimo, the local organizing committee chairman for Olumo 2025. Please give him a big round of applause, please. Thank you. Today's keynote speaker is the Director of Climate Change and Environmental Assessment, Lagos State Ministry of Environment and Water Resources. But today, he is ably represented by a behemoth in the Environment Ministry. He is a very, very known figure who has done a lot, and he will be doing justice to our topic today. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome the Director of Environmental Assessment, Lagos State Ministry of Environment and Water Resources, in person of Dr. Sojuno. Please give him a big round of applause, please.
Jam the hands, please clap.
Please give him a big round of applause, please.
Please keep clapping. Okay. Yes, it's time to seal now. It's time for opening prayer. And we'll be doing that as we rise to our feet with our national anthem. DJ, are you ready? Are you ready? Our national anthem becomes our opening prayer. We're going to be taking the first and the last stanzas.
Nigeria, we healthy, our own native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that true grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
While remain standing, please, let's have Ogun State anthem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Without wasting time, we'd like to have the welcome address from no other but our revered president, Professor Olubenga Ogunmoyela. You're welcome, sir. You have those lines, please.
Sorry,
the Executive Governor of Ogun State, His Excellency Prince Abiodun in absentia, the Honorable Commissioner for Environment, Ogun State, Mr. Oresanya, our esteemed keynote speaker for today, the Registrar of the Institute of Public Analysts of Nigeria, my colleagues in the ESCO of the Society of Testing Laboratory Analysts of Nigeria, distinguished guests, distinguished members, fellows, public analysts, and members of the press. I want to welcome you as President of the Society of Testing Laboratory Analysts of Nigeria to this opening ceremony of the 7th Conference of Public Analysts, tagged CoPA Olumo 2025. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all, both our physical and virtual participants, to this opening ceremony here in the ancient city of Abeokuta, the capital of Ogun State. I want to give all gratitude to God for keeping us safe to witness this year's conference, and it marks the end of the current administration, which was extended last year to enable it coincide with annual general meeting of the society. This being my valedictory address, therefore, I beg that you permit me to give an account of our stewardship with some of the modest achievements under very challenging circumstances, including the abrupt dissolution of the IPAN Council since June 2023, the continuing advocacy efforts for members to understand and accept what SoTLAN represents after 25 years of Siamese relationship with IPAN. SoTLAN has come out, and many of our old members are still having some challenges in understanding this process. We continue to streamline our relationship with IPAN, and there is no doubt that a lot of lessons have been learned in the process. Let me express my appreciation to all of you for electing me to serve as the second president of the society at the EGM held in Abuja during the 29th Mandatory Continuous Professional Development Workshop held on December 8, 2021. So, for almost 4 years now, despite all the bumps on the road, you have kept faith with us. But I vividly recollect my promise to you in my acceptance speech on behalf of the new executive in 2021 that we will work very hard to take the society to greater heights, making it more visible, more impactful, and making changes that we are going to actually make the society more inclusive. And more of that later. By the IPAN Act, Cap I-16, Laws of Federal Nigeria of 2004, we are recognized and empowered to carry out laboratory analysis and other related functions on food, drugs, medical devices, water, chemicals, environment, and other products, and issue certificates of fitness or otherwise for human use and existence. In previous years, we have focused on skills of analysts. We have focused on the food sector, especially in the wake of the African Free Trade Zone Agreement. We have focused on those things that will actually represent different sectors of the profession. For this year, we are focusing on the environment. And who better to be here with us today than the Commissioner of Environment for Ogun State. Please, let's give ourselves a round of applause. I'm not unmindful of the difficult economic environment in which we are operating today. And that is why I'm very happy that we succeeded in revisiting the analytical tariff last year to reflect current realities and to ensure the survival of the laboratory business in Nigeria. The Institute is statutorily expected to publish annually the Register of Public Analysts, that is, those who have been licensed to carry out the practice of such analysis in the Nigerian dailies. The last publication was early in 2022, and I'm happy that one came out about 3 months ago, and we want to encourage IPAN to please ensure that this is continuously done on a regular basis, so that we will know those of us who are licensed to practice. And when you look at that list, what strikes us is the fact that less than 25% of those who are registered members of the society are actually financial members to date. And that is very worrisome. Now, I would like to say that it is not that we it's is not that we have also been able to raise our game when it comes to unlicensed practitioners in the society, because there's still a lot of abuse, including, I'm sorry to say this, including academics in tertiary institutions, officials in government establishments, and all kinds of unlicensed practitioners who issue certificates of analysis to unsuspecting clients that cannot be recognized or tenable in any court of law. Let me therefore use this opportunity to call on IPAN to take the matter of quackery in the profession much more seriously by bringing its enforcement arm more to bear. I want to also use the opportunity to call on all of us as professionals to ensure increased compliance with ethical practices of the profession, so that the integrity of our professional services can be better protected and we can truly support and guarantee the health of the consumer. Sadly, I must say this, that this is not the case today, with many reports of our members in different parts of the country confirming such unethical practices as charging ridiculous fees, issuing certificates without carrying out the analysis, and these practices threaten licensed practitioners and put the unsuspecting public at risk. Let me therefore emphasize that the public must cooperate with us in this task by ensuring that it is only validly issued certificates from IPAN that carry a customized and secure practice license stamp with the registration number of the public analyst, which can be verified from the institute that they must look out for at all times. Let me also use the opportunity to appeal for government and the general public to understand the critical role of public analysts, recognize their competencies, patronize their services, and abide by the legal weight of the duly authenticated certificates of analysis issued by licensed practitioners and laboratories. Just last year, acting on behalf of the society, we had to step in to try to set the record straight on a vital issue involving an agency of the state government and our environmental services group. I'm happy to report that the final resolution of that matter was so amicable, and I would like to, on this note, appreciate the chairman of today and his team at OGEPA for their support and cooperation and a rare show of understanding and cooperation extended to us since then. You may now begin to understand why we had no hesitation in coming to Ogun State for our conference this year. And we appreciate the presence of government officials in our midst, no less than the personality of the commissioner. I wish other government agencies would take a cue and learn from the state in giving due recognitions to professionals like our own. Thank you very much. Let me just briefly now say some of our modest achievements. It was with our promise to you in mind that one of the first steps taken upon coming to office was to set up a joint IPAN SoTLAN review committee that reviewed the operational relationship between the two organizations, as well as the IPAN Act and the SoTLAN Constitution for harmonization. These efforts have not yet been concluded, unfortunately, mainly due to the absence of counsel in the last 2 years. The reports of the Francis Irobe-led committee and the subsequent report of the Technical Committee of Council under the leadership of the outgoing VP2, which further reviewed this report, are therefore going to be made available to guide the incoming EXCO. When we assumed office, there were about 1,200 registered public analysts, with less than 40 registered analytical laboratories in the country, in the food, pharma, environment, and petroleum sectors. Today, there is only a marginal increase in membership, with less than 25% of members financially up to date. While there is also no considerable increase in the number of registered laboratories, it is heartening to note that amid all the challenges confronting the analytical laboratory sector, the number of analytical laboratories improving to international standards through ISO 17025 is steadily and gradually increasing. All that remains, therefore, is to encourage our young, upcoming members to begin to think of actually establishing their laboratories, even if they are specialized laboratories, because that is the way of the future. For example, one of the challenges we had in the last couple of months, I have been approached to say, where are the micronutrient testing laboratories in Nigeria? And sadly, we cannot boast of one that is a specialized micronutrient testing laboratory. But I want to assure you that the ongoing discussions show that within the next 1 year, there will be quite a number of them. And this is particularly important when we look at our GAIN IPAN collaboration in terms of training of micronutrient, the certified analysts for micronutrient testing. Having said that, let me say that the National Executive Committee under my leadership is steadily consolidating progress in the governance of SoTLAN, especially in the areas of advocacy, visibility, financial management, record keeping, and creation of administrative roles for the two vice presidents. In particular, let me just mention the following. We now have established governance rules of leading the corporate and technical initiatives. We have given that to our two vice presidents, learning from other professional societies. We have instituted a finance committee to ensure transparency of all financial transactions. We have embarked on a strict application of the constitutional provision that anyone can aspire to the office, to any office in the National Executive Committee, to ensure that there is total inclusiveness and ensure that there is good performance rewarded going forward. I'm happy that though this was initially resisted, we have embraced it in the incoming election guidelines. And I must say that I have been extremely excited and impressed with the level of hype and the level of political dexterity that we have seen amongst members. And we hope that that will come to a head tomorrow. We also formally inaugurated the new Board of Trustees on December 10, 2024, in line with the Constitution. And Professor Oladakwa Folabi, CFR, is the new chairman, while Professor Mrs. Celine Madumezia, Dr. Dahiru Adamu, Balogun Gani Usoni, and Professor Oladele Oshibanjo are members. The administration has also invested significant time and energy in diplomatically managing the relationship between laboratory owners and the regulatory body, IPAN, especially with regard to the review of regulatory fees to reflect economic realities. We, in partnership with IPAN, as I've mentioned before, the effort to combat and reduce quackery and unethical practices which harm honest professionals and the nation is a continuous engagement, and I think it has resulted in the introduction of the annual practice license stamp and certificate by IPAN. I urge us to continue to embrace this as one that will eventually be understood by the public. We also stood firmly on the side of laboratory owners on the need to review laboratory tariffs to reflect current economic realities. And at the AGM tomorrow, without bogging you further, we will be able to hear the full details of all the other things that we have been able to put in place to ensure that the society is on a better footing going forward. Yes, we inherited some financial challenges, including years of unpaid membership dues to our adhering bodies, the Association of Professional Bodies of Nigeria and the Union of International Laboratory Owners. Incidentally, we have made significant progress in trying to tackle each of these, and I believe that by providing a transparent list of all those who are owing one way or another, I hope that we will be able to make some necessary improvements in meeting the obligations of members to the society. And I'm proud to say that our financial records have also been very much straightened. We have maintained probity in financial spending, and we are tackling the huge financial default of non-practicing members. And the AGM and the incoming executive will find that many of these initiatives are a worthwhile consideration to carry forward. I'm delighted at this point to note that this year's conference, which is the first that we are officially handing over to the zone in this new zonal arrangement. We have handed it to the southwest zone, and I want every one of us who is from this zone in this hall to clap for him or herself. We are discussing the subject of climate change and the crucial role of public analysts in ensuring food security in spite of this. Of course, nature provides a home for all of us, which is expected to be comfortable, nourishing, and healthy. But it has been brutalized by various unhealthy environmental practices that affected our environment. We will hear more of this from the keynote address speaker. But I want to say that we must, as part of our mandate, to continue to seek funding support for measuring and monitoring various environmental parameters, such as air, water, and soil quality ahead of natural calamities in our vulnerable communities. In fact, the presence of deadly heavy metals is a major concern across the length and breadth of the country. And I want to say that for our collective health, we need to pay increased attention to combating the wave of non-communicable diseases like cancer in the country. We just incidentally concluded the celebration of the World Food Day events this year on the theme Food Safety, Science in Action. Through this medium, we continue to draw attention to the need for public awareness and scientific basis of various events. And I want to say that I challenge public analysts to increase their efforts to ensure that we bring to the collective attention of policymakers, food safety authorities, farmers, food business operators, and consumers what is critical in presenting foodborne diseases in Nigeria, no matter how mild or severe. I want to especially welcome and appreciate the keynote speaker of today, who is being represented, Mr. Amoni Bankole, who is being represented, is the Director of Climate Change and Environmental Planning in Lagos State. And I dare say that he willingly accepted to share his experiences with us. And I'm confident and assured that his representative today is no less competent, and we are going to have a very enriching discussion. I'm pleased that our annual tertiary students competition is growing, and this year we discussed the solutions to climate change and how to build resilient cities. And of course, we intend to award prizes as usual to the most outstanding institutions. I want to thank everybody at this point as I begin to conclude this, and say that Africa and the Middle East continue to lag behind with less than 10% of market share of the global laboratory market, while North America, Europe, and Asia Pacific remain firmly in control of over 90% of the global market. We need to rise up and be more strategic going forward in ensuring that the bulk of testing samples shipped annually from Nigeria to various countries for analysis or undertaken by foreign laboratories operating with branches in Nigeria accrue to our members. I want to call, first of all, on our zones. There are some of our zones that they need to intensify efforts to increase the presence of members in their zones, and in addition to increase the presence of laboratories in their zones. This will require the support and cooperation and the assistance of government, but it is extremely imperative because no zone should be left behind in the scheme of things in this country. May I also use the opportunity to call on government to engage the society and allied associations on how the laboratory sector can be propped up, given its importance to the economy. There can never be true national development without functional and widely spread analytical laboratories across the length and breadth of this country. And let me likewise continue to appeal for our public analysts to be duly recognized and accorded the rights and privileges given to other specialized professions in both the public and private sectors. On a second note, we need to pay significant attention to how to increase our numbers to ensure survival, given the persistent threats of withdrawal of government support to our agencies. In this regard, the issue of admission into the special professional membership category is worth our attention, because that is a route through which we can embrace experienced and capable hands to join us in this regard. And therefore, this is why this will be one of the issues that we'll be discussing during this AGM, especially to determine whose prerogative it is under the new IPAN-SoTLAN dichotomy. I once again want to thank you all for the opportunity that you have given us to serve, and I'm leaving office with deep appreciation of all those who have helped to make this administration a success. I'm leaving office convinced that there is better understanding of the role and place of SoTLAN in the profession, especially in line with what is the practice in all other professional bodies, where the professional body is separate from the regulatory body. But what remains is for IPAN, despite its challenges, to continue to keep us on our toes statutorily and ensure that every effort, including enforcement and all of those things that will put the profession on a higher pedestal, are taken very, very seriously. I will also want to appreciate some of our members who are being investitured as new fellows of the society in the conference dinner. And I hope and I want and And I want to appeal to all of us to please ensure that we all stay behind to be part of that celebration. It's going to be a wonderful evening. And on this note, I want to welcome you all to the conference, and I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much. Please, can we give him a standing ovation, please? Can we all rise? Yes, he has done a yeoman's job. Yes. Thank you very much, Professor Ugwuoke. You can be seated, please. Thank you. It's like yesterday when this man took over in Abuja, and look at today. We have nothing to say other than a very, very big thank you to the Almighty for sustaining all of us till today. Please, let's give him once more a big round of applause, please. So, I would like to call on the Registrar and the Chief Executive Officer of the Institute of Public Analysts of Nigeria, in person of Alhaji Aliu Angara, to please, a fellow of the Institute, please give us his own registrar's remark. Please give him a big round of applause, please.
Mr. President, distinguished Honorable Commissioner of Environment, Ogun State, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, permit me, we that are oversighted by the Federal Ministry of Health, we have been taught not to stand on the existing protocols, but rather to align with already established protocol. So if you may, Mr. President, let me align with the existing protocols that has certainly been established by our great president. And to welcome you here and say good morning once again. On behalf of the Institute, I'm deeply honored to deliver this remark or good message at the 7th Annual Conference of the Public Analysts, CoPA Olumo 2025. I want to commend the society for organizing this timely event and for the theme, the role of public analysts in tackling climate change for food security. To me, this theme speaks directly to our shared responsibility to secure Nigeria's food systems in an era of intensifying climate threats. And in my opinion, as public analysts, our profession is uniquely equipped to address these challenges through several ways. I'm sure the keynote speaker and the different papers that will be presented will do justice to that. But permit me to share that some of these challenges that can be addressed by public analysts may include monitoring food safety amid climate shifts, supporting sustainable agricultural inputs by testing fertilizer, soils, and water, etc., detecting emerging contaminants, assessing changes in food nutritional quality, and of course conducting surveillances for foodborne pathogens. These are some of the areas I think we can play a significant role in tackling climate change for food security. Which is why I want to stand today in admiration of the resilience, doggedness, and faithfulness of committed Nigerian public analysts, our colleagues, especially those registered laboratories that are in full practice of laboratory analysis, that despite harsh economic realities, they continue to deliver critical services to this country. You guys navigate daily challenges, we're aware. Some of these challenges include sourcing of credible reagents, difficulty in accessing low-interest financing, access to reliable calibration services, as simple as calibration services, poor patronage by industries, and maintaining quality amidst rising costs. In fact, you deserve commendation for all these efforts. Your dedication sustains public health and consumer safety across the nation. And therefore, I applaud you, and I call on all of us to applaud laboratory practitioners. Your great services and contributions to national development is quite remarkable. Yet, this profession of ours, we must not rest. There are quite a number of emerging issues of public health significance, issues that border on the health, security, safety, and quality economic well-being of this country, that we must begin to take, prominent role. For example, our supervising ministry, the Federal Minister of Health and Social Welfare, in partnership with all their stakeholders, the MDAs, the development partners, the sub-regional governments, etc., is working tirelessly to develop and implement policies addressing urgent public health priorities. And these priorities, they range from things like national sodium reduction strategies. It's a serious concern, public health concern in this country. The amount of sodium or salt that we consume in our diets. Government is taking active interest in that. National guidelines for front of pack labeling in Nigeria. National food and bullion fortification. Chemical events surveillances. Chemical management. And national policy on cosmetics safety. All these are some of the areas within our ministry alone that is being promoted. Policies are being enacted day in, day out. And I feel as public analysts, we must position ourselves as key drivers in implementing these interventions. Now, it is equally important that we are working our professional engagement with critical but often neglected areas of practice. My interaction with different MDAs of recent time has opened my eyes to several activities that are going on. It has direct impact on the areas of our practice which were not even there. And these areas include what they call CBRN security. CBRN refers to chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear threats. And This is something that is being promoted at the highest level of governance in this country, from the level of the Office of the National Security Advisor. We have issues like forensic science and toxicological analysis that are indispensable to justice, delivery, and health investigations. We have testing and profiling of high-risk foods, drugs, water supplies, narcotics, and psychotropic substances. These are necessary for upholding national security and regulatory compliance. We have food defense, chemical safety, analytical forensic integrity, which are fundamental to both public safety and national security, vital for protecting supply chains and ensuring public trust. All these are areas that I feel we're not playing active or prominent roles. And we need to begin to train ourselves, develop our capacities, and invest in this area in order to take on these interventions by governmental agencies. Because in my opinion, there is remarkable business case in us participating in these areas. Now, having said this, and in recognition of the myriads of challenges confronting us as professionals and the profession, and to truly elevate our profession, I'm pleased to announce that IPAN is actually planning a kind of national dialogue, national all-stakeholder summit in November. We wanted to do it actually in July, August, but because this program kept shifting, we don't want to make it very close. People have just traveled far and wide to come around, and then we call them again. Although this is going to be a broad-based national stakeholders summit beyond us as public analysts. All other interested parties in the sectors will be invited, and we're looking at November 2025. And this summit aims to steer a national conversation and develop a robust plan of action to address these deep-seated challenges, some of which I have highlighted earlier: low public awareness of our professions, critical role in healthcare and product quality and safety, most of which has been alluded to by the President in his speech. Poor access to affordable financing, like I said, limited patronage of independent public analyst laboratories by MDAs, with an unhealthy preference for foreign laboratories, leading to unnecessary capital flight. Difficulties in importing modern equipment and reliable reagents, compounded by poor local capacity for equipment maintenance. And now, currently there is an ongoing effort at reviewing the National Health Act 2014. And I feel that we should be on our guard whenever such information is circulated by the national legislature. We should be able to take active part in ensuring that our interests and our professions are protected. For us at the Institute, we did our best to put in a submission to the relevant department to ensure that the role of public analysts and the role of IPAN and institution is well captured in that review. And therefore, I invite public analysts to block your calendars for the summit that is upcoming. Finally, let me reiterate the growing concerns from stakeholders about our practices. Again, the President has alluded to quite a lot. Practices that tarnish our collective reputation, such as unreliable and unfalsified analytical results. At different forums we go, we're embarrassed. There are certain forums we go, myself and the President, under different capacity. And the complaint has always been, results are not reliable, results are falsified, analytical reports are just generated, and we do our best to defend you, to defend our profession. But yet, this thing keep coming, keep happening. Some say there's lack of capacity for to handle complex matrices. Some say there's unhealthy competition among practitioners that undermines trust in our profession. Therefore, I call on us to commit individually and collectively to uphold the highest standards of professionalism, ethics, and continuous capacity building. We on the regulatory side, we will continue to strive to strengthen our regulatory oversight, as has been directed by the President. We will strengthen our regulatory oversight and uphold the rules and regulations guiding our practices and apply sanctions where necessary. And this is a very, very serious situation that we need to look at it collectively. But before then, we are also hoping to invite laboratory owners to some kind of discussion so that we can collectively address this challenge. And once again, I want to commend the society, the local organizing committee, and all those who work tirelessly for organizing this conference and providing a platform to advance our shared mission. May our deliberations over these few days strengthen our resolve and chart a course for a safer, healthier, and more food-secured Nigeria. Thank you all, and God bless you all.
Thank you, sir. Please, can we give him another round of applause, please? You see, this institute and society of us will always stand the test of time because we have dedicated members who are interested in the growth and development of the profession. You heard the president's speech. You also heard the registrar's speech. Both of them are geared towards putting us in the right place. I thank both the president and the registrar for this very, very fine speech. I wouldn't like to bore us too much. We just have some few goodwill messages before Dr. Sojino will give us the keynote address. So I would like to call on some of our partners. It is briefly, they wouldn't take too much of our time, maybe 2 or 3 minutes each. First, I would like to call on our trusted partner in laboratory equipment in person of Wine Light Services. Can I have Mr. Femi Ononuga, please? Please give me a big round of applause, please. Mr. Femi Ononuga. Yeah, please come forward, please. They've been with us over time, and they've always been loyal to the institute and the society. Please give him a big round of applause, please.
The house, the whole house. Mr. Chairman, the host, and honorable guests, Commissioner of Environment. I stand on all protocol existing. Our company is Wine Light Analytical Systems, Nigeria Limited. And we have been in the business of providing scientific solutions since 1993. And like the MC said, we have been a partner with the associations SoTLAN and the parent association IPAN. We have also been in partnership with all society that has to do with science and technology, and also provision of standards. We provide equipment for testing. Antony, it has always been in Antony. And it's assembled very close to Newcastle Hotel. And we will, on the permission of my chairman, we ask you, want members to visit our facility, at least to see and assess what we have and see how we can work together in providing quality and service to the society. Thank you for giving us the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Ononuga. Businessmen will always be businessmen. I asked for goodwill message. He gave me an advert about his organization. Please give me a big round of applause. Thank you very much, Mr. Ononuga. We appreciate. Thank you.
That is what we call all join. Yes. While still in the mood of conference, I'd like to call on the keynote address speaker, no other person than the Honorable Commissioner for Environment and Water Services, Ogun State, no, Lagos State, Mr. Bankole. Okay, Mr. Bankole Michael Omoniyi is the Director of Climate Change and Environment Planning, Ministry of Environment and Water Resources, Lagos State, and is ably represented by Dr. Sojinu Olasukomi. Yes, Mr. Dr. Sojinu Olasukomi, please to be on your feet while we take the citation for the Director of Climate Change, Mr. Bankole Michael Omoniyi. But before then, the representative of the keynote speaker, who is Dr. Sojinu Olasukomi, is the Director of Environmental Assessment, Lagos State Ministry of Environment and Water Resources. And he's standing here himself, holds a bachelor's degree of science in biochemistry and a master's in chemistry. Also a PhD in analytical chemistry. He's a member of ICON, that's the Institute of Chartered Chemists of Nigeria, and current chairman of Science Association of Nigeria, Lagos State Public Service Chapter. We can see he's no other but the most competent to deliver this goodwill message on behalf of Mr. Bankole Michael Omoniyi, who holds a degree himself in industrial chemistry from Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University, Bauchi State, and a postgraduate diploma from the Maastricht School of Management, Netherlands. He's also a member of ICON, that's the Institute of Chartered Chemists of Nigeria. As said earlier, he's a Director of Climate Change and Environmental Planning Department of Lagos State. He has over 23 years of experience in Lagos State civil service. He has established, I think he deserves an applause for that. It's not a joke. He has established himself as an expert in environmental issues, particularly climate change and environmental planning. Mr. Bankole is expertise on environmental issues, particularly on climate change, is evident through his involvement in various initiatives and programs. He has actively participated in several C40 programs, including Climate Action Planning Program, CAP, that's CAP. His involvement showcases his commitment to advancing climate action and planning on an international scale for Lagos State. His notable achievements are overseeing the creation and implementation of key strategies for Lagos State. He was instrumental in producing critical documents such as Climate Action Plan, aimed at guiding the city's efforts towards becoming emission neutral by 2050. Lagos State Energy Roadmap, which outlines the energy-related pathways to achieve sustainability goals. Lagos State Climate Risk Assessment, Lagos Climate Adaptation and Resilience Plan, and Lagos State Climate Change Mainstreaming Strategy and Action Plan. These contributions demonstrated his commitment to understanding and addressing various environmental challenges. Mr. Bankole's dedication to the environment extends beyond his professional responsibilities. He is particularly enthusiastic about knowledge transfer and mentoring, showcasing his commitment to nurturing the next generation of sustainability managers. This approach underscores his belief in power of mentorship and sharing knowledge to ensure a sustainable future. These are wonderful achievements from our keynote speaker, and his speech will be delivered by Dr. Shoyino today. Please jam those hands together as I bring him to the podium to do the needful to this topic on our conference team, the role of public analysts in tackling climate change for food security. You're welcome, sir.
The chairperson for this august occasion, the president of the Society of Testing Laboratory Analysts of Nigeria, the Honorable Commissioner for Environment, Ogun State, my Oga, I recognize you, sir. The Registrar, Institute of Public Analysts of Nigeria, distinguished members of the top table, permit me to go the way of the Registrar of IPAN by aligning myself with the well-established protocol. I stand here this morning to represent my colleague, Mr. Bankole Michael Omoni, who is not present here this morning because he had to attend to another very important official assignment in the state. He sends his profound appreciation for the opportunity and also express his apologies for his absence. Today I will be presenting this keynote speech or keynote address on his behalf, and I will be talking on the role of public analysts in tackling climate change for food security. First slide. Next slide, please. You will see the image on the screen. That is the image of a farmer who had invested time and resources in trying to cultivate a farm, and is expected to reap harvest at the end of the season. But because of the impact of climate change, everything he had invested his time and resources in went down the drain. So instead of getting harvest, what he got was broken heart, and despair because of heat waves and drought that rendered all of his efforts over the planting season a total waste. Next slide, please. Distinguished participants, it is no longer a mere statement, it is not even a myth that many would think that climate change is affecting our daily lives. We are confronted with extreme weather events ranging from extreme heat waves, flooding, sea level rise, urban heat, and sometimes prolonged drought. This is having serious impact on our lives, distorting our lives, and by extension, distorting the pattern of living of mankind. And the truth is that Nigeria is not immune to this challenge. There is no gainsaying that climate change is impacting directly on food security, not just in Nigeria, but across Africa. Next slide. Slide 4. When you count the losses that we have encountered as a result of climate change with respect to food security, we are beginning to experience reduction in crop yield. We are beginning to experience challenges as a result of drought, sometimes flooding as a result of precipitation, and this is affecting farm production and the yield from the farms. In the words of the global lead for climate change, Mr. William R. Sutton, he says the world, which the climate lead in the World Bank, he says the number of people that are suffering from acute food shortage globally has increased from what we used to have in 2019. About 135 million people were suffering from acute food shortage in 2019, and that has increased to over 345 million people in 2022. This is as a result of the impact of climate change, resulting from extreme heat waves, resulting from drought, resulting from sometimes over precipitation with farms flooded and washed away by rainfall. This figure is showing directly the impact of climate change on food security, and is driving many more people into poverty and hunger. Next slide. Now, this shows the increase. In 2019, we have about 135 million people experiencing food shortage, and by 2022, the number has increased to over 100%. 345 million persons now subjected to food shortage because of the impact of climate change on food security. Next slide. The truth is that our world is hungry. There is hunger. And if we allow climate change issues to continue without any action, if we allow business as usual, then the world will be confronted with the challenge of survival because of climate change. So why is food security important? And then what is the role that public analysts will have to play in this very obvious challenge that is confronting us? The Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, defined food security, and I quote, define food security as when all people at all times have physical, social, and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food. That is the definition from FAO. We have food security when all persons at all times have both physical, social, and economic access to safe and nutritious food at all times. But can we really say that definition is our reality? That definition obviously is not our current reality. Next slide. Mr. Bankole shared one or two of his personal experiences. If you listen to his profile, he went to the university in the north, and between 1999 and 1997, he had to transverse from Lagos to the north several times in pursuit of academic knowledge. And in the course of moving, he encountered the Fulani herdsmen who normally would take their cattle from one point to the other for grazing. You see a very green landscape, and these animals were moving from one point to the other grazing at that time. They would be dressed in their flamboyant dresses, and then with their radio beside them. Many of us, we know these radios that they carry beside them. And they move from one point to the other. But the reality today is that these herdsmen are now moving southward because of deforestation, because of desertification that is going on in the north. This situation is now even exacerbated with the constriction going on in Lake Chad. And so what we see that is today resulting in herders and farmers' clashes, leading to loss of lives. At the center of that crisis is the obvious impact of climate change. At the center of that crisis, because these herdsmen can no longer find grazing lands and grazing areas for their animals, and they have to move towards the south where they can find grazing lands, and this has resulted in clashes between these herdsmen and farmers. And so at the center of the crisis that we are experiencing as a nation, in terms of herders and farmers' clashes that has led to loss of lives and sometimes properties, at the center of it is the obvious impact of climate change. And so, if we fold our hands and not do anything about this situation, then there's a challenge for future generations. And that is why, as public analysts, it is a time to stand to be counted in finding solution to address this very obvious challenge that is confronting us as a nation. So we share the experience of Mr. Bankole, that green landscape that he will always encounter while going back to school from Lagos suddenly began to disappear. And of course, as a result of desertification. That is a challenge of climate change that all of us will have to address. Next slide. Another reason for low yield in terms of food production is the increase in temperature. I showed you the picture of the farmer who was expecting a yield at the end of the farming season. I show you how heat waves and increase in temperature rendered the entire effort useless. Some states, particularly states like Sokoto, Katsina, Zamfara, Kebbi, Jigawa, Yobe, amongst others, will likely continue to experience low crop yield because of increase in temperature as a result of climate change issues. As we continue to release greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, and we continue to have increase in temperature and global warming, we will continue to experience low crop yield in these states, not because the farmers have stopped farming, but because of the impact of climate change. And if this continues, particularly in the cultivation of crops like grains that are not heat resistant, we will have a challenge of food security. And this is a call to all of us to find our place in addressing the challenge of food security. The reality on ground is that crop production will continue to be reduced because of impact of climate change. And not just Nigeria, an estimated 43 million Africans could be going below poverty line by 2030, according to World Bank, because of the challenge of climate change. About 43 million Africans will be going below the poverty line by 2030, according to the World Bank. And of course, it is a call to action. The question before us now is, how can we ensure food security in a changing climate? And that is where our roles as public analysts becomes very important. How can we ensure food security in a climate that is changing over time with events like heat waves, with events like rising temperature, prolonged drought, over precipitation, with some states in Nigeria encountering flooding, farmland washed away. We can't forget the experience about 2 years ago or so, where states, almost 8 states across the nation were flooded. Some were hit more than the other, and farmlands washed away. All of these are obvious impacts of climate change. And how do we face this challenge and still ensure food security in this changing climate? So this is where our role becomes very important. As public analysts, we have roles to play. We are the custodians of technology. We are the custodians of the skills to test not just, farm inputs, to test fertilizers, to test soil fertility. We have the data to support policy formulation. We have the data to support policy makers in formulation of policies that will ensure food security. Next slide. I think. So it is time for us to stand up to be counted. It is time for us to stand up to be counted. Now, we need to move from policy formulation that are based on what we think to policy formulation that are based on what we know. And without research and without the role of analysts who carry out testings and analysis, we may not be able to generate scientific data that will support policy formulation. The world over is moving from policy formulation based on what used to be, but formulation of policy based on evidence. We are moving into evidence-based policy formulation, and that can only happen where analysts like all of us seated here today, researchers, are into studies that can help policymakers to make policies that are data-driven, that are evidence-driven. And so in tackling the challenge of climate change, the analysts, the public analysts have a critical role to play. Number one is to bridge the gap between the town and the gown, to bridge the gap between the public, the policy makers, the public, and the research institutes. To provide, number two, to provide valid data that can support informed decision making and support policy formulation. We cannot guess work with climate change issues. We cannot guess work with the challenge of food security. We can do much more than just formulate policies based on what happens in other places, but by formulating policies that are driven by data generated from our local environment, with the view of considering our peculiarity as a nation. So as public analysts, we can be drivers of change. We can be drivers of change in how we manage our environment. We can be drivers of change in how we formulate regulations and policies. We can be drivers of change in efforts of our various institutions in addressing the challenge of climate change. As I try to close, I want to quote the Secretary General of United Nations, Antonio Guterres, who says that the climate emergency is a race that we are losing, but a race that we can win. The climate emergency is a race that we are losing, but it's actually a race that we can win. And if we can win, if we must win this race, all of us, the public analysts, the policymaker, the academia, the people on the street, all of us must come together to address the challenge of climate change, particularly as it addresses food security. And permit me to say this in Yoruba. The Yoruba people say, in other words, when hunger is taken out of poverty, poverty becomes very limited. So it is important for us to understand that we have a challenge on our hands, and and that we have a critical role to play. Let's take. Now, let me be specific as to the roles that the public analyst is expected to play in the fight against climate change and the resultant impact on food security. The president of the registrar of IPAN has already alluded to some of these roles. And to be specific, the public analyst, particularly this society, which is a custodian of technology and technological skills, has critical role to play. One, advisory role to policymakers in addressing the climate change issues, particularly with mitigation and adaptation measures, by making available data and scientific evidence that will support such actions. Two, embarking on specific climate-related research studies, particularly with focus on food security, that can support national policy on food security. Three, engaging and collaborating with farmers in areas of food production and in cultivating climate-resistant crops to ensure food security. Five, or is it four? Providing technical support to agro industries in terms of crop yield, fertilizer input, soil testing, and all the rest to ensure that farmers and agro-allied industries get maximum benefit from their investments. Now, the race against climate change is a collective race that all of us can actually run and win together. On this note, I would like to express appreciation for inviting me to deliver this keynote speech. It is time to act now. Let us commit today to ensuring that Nigeria, no matter the challenge of climate change, did not leave anybody behind in our collective fight for food security. Let us commit today to ensure that we bequeath a food secure future for generations to come. I want to thank you for listening.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Sojino. Please give him a big round of applause, please. Yes. You see, the lecture he delivered is very, very apt in the sense that he's saying food security, food security. To some of us, it looks strange, but I can assure you, the way we are going on, if we don't heed his warning, what happened to the dinosaurs will happen to us. Millions of years ago, there were giant animals walking the surface of earth. Something happened. Where are they today? Some centuries or some eons later, it was war that devastated human population. At the rate that we are going, lack of food will do the same thing to us. So it is important for us as testing analysts to heed what he has told us. Contribute our quota to make sure that we have food security. Because if we don't pray to start eating ourselves. Yes, but remember, like I always say in every workshop, every year, a family opened a restaurant and threw the doors open. Come in and eat. The food is free. And everybody started rushing. When they finished eating, they asked them for money. And they said, "Oh, you said this food is free." And the owner said, "Your ancestors paid for the one you are eating. The one we are collecting from you, your descendants will eat it for free." This same thing we are talking about, sustainability, is for generations yet unborn to be able to partake of this same earth that you are enjoying now. It is not our own work that put the earth where it is today. It is what our ancestors did. So let us do something so that our defendants could say, yes, our ancestors did something. May it not happen that it is during our era that the earth decided to go kaput. Thank you. Please give me another big round of applause, please. Thank you very much, sir. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Onotunde. That is an anatomical or analytical mindset of analyzing the presentation. And it's so apt. You're well done. Thank you. Okay, I have the privilege of bringing up to this exalted podium no other person than the Honorable Commissioner, Mr. Ola Oresanya. Please, I implore you to please be on your feet, sir. As I just take you through this, he's going to give us a brief remark and declare this conference open on behalf of the Executive Governor of Ogun State. Mr. Ola Oresanya is a recognized authority in waste management and environmental development in Africa. He holds a BSc degree in geology from University of Ibadan and a master's degree in ecology, environmental management and ecology from Obafemi Awolowo University of Ile-Ife. An alumnus of Harvard Kennedy School, Harvard University, USA. He had a successful tenure as Managing Director, CEO of Lagos State Waste Management Authority, LOMA, from 2005 to August 2015. He is the Managing Director and co-founder of Globe Tech Remedial Limited and a lead consultant to the UN Habitat / UNEP, federal and several state governments on waste management issues. He has served as special advisor to Ogun State Governor and presently the Commissioner for Environment. A round of applause for that. He served as member of the design review team of Kelly Valley landfill site on Ontario, Canada, and supervised World Bank sponsored Lagos landfill site design and construction in Lagos State. He's a part-time lecturer in waste management and toxicology of the Federal University of Agric, Abeokuta. He holds postgraduate diploma also in business management from Merseyside Polytechnic, Liverpool, UK, and has over 37 years postgraduate working experience in solid waste management with extensive specialization in project development and financing. He's been elected to several scientific academies, including Nigerian Mining and Geoscience Society, Nigerian Environmental Society, Waste Management Society of Nigeria, among others. He has also served as a West African Regional Coordinator for Technical Working Committee on Medical Waste Management in ECOWAS Sub-Region, Board Chairman on Extended Producers Responsibility Organization of Nigeria, board member, Recycling Association of Nigeria, and so forth. He participates actively in social and community development programs. He is the chairman of the Environment Committee of Remo Growth and Development Foundation and member of several social clubs. He has received several local and international awards with honorary degrees for his works in sustainable development in the environment sector, with emphasis on innovative solutions in integral solid waste management. He has several professions and academic publications on environmental governance, solid waste management and project financing. You could see an all-rounder, an international and national figure. We have the privilege and honor to have you in our midst, and I humbly invite you to this exalted podium for your remark and declaration of this conference. Open, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MC. The members of the High Table, and in particular the president of the association, and that's the person of Professor Benga Ogumoyela. You're welcome, Prof. Yes, Alaji Aliu Abubakar Agara. You're welcome. Yes, the keynote speaker, that's bankly represented by Sojino, Dr. Sojino. I recognize you. And distinguished members of the High Table and distinguished analysts, I want to say good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate I was just looking at the MC, the way she was going on about the CV. I thought, are you talking about me? All right, so I think probably you brought that one up from online, I guess. All right, thank you very much. Well, when this event was coming up, I got the letter and the phone call, a random one, inviting me to come and chair this event. I read through it and I just meditated on it in a normal way. That, okay, one of those invitations, I was going to delegate it to somebody to represent me, because I believe I have a lot of other things to do. But when I got a phone call from someone very important to me, from this association, we work together in Lagos, and I hold her in the very high esteem. That's Dr. Mrs. Iyabo Phillips. Iyabo, she called me, and he said, Oga, don't try it, you have to be here. Don't tell me you have anywhere to go. And I said, oh my God. So I have to cancel everything I have to do, because I'm supposed to be in Netherlands by now. Yes, but she warned me, don't try it, you have to be here. So Yabo, you pay for the ticket. All right, so I sat down and recognized my team, the team from Ogun State, here, Ogepa team. You all recognized specially. Thank you. I can see you. And elegant consultant for our water corporation. My former retired general manager of water corporation. We are welcome, and I recognize you especially. I don't know you're an analyst too. I'll just I have a well-written statement here, but you permit me to talk outside this. So I'll just drop this for you. Oh, I can see you out there too. All right. So, well, I saw the topic given to me, and I mean the theme of this event. That's the role of the public analyst in climate change for food security. And I said, okay, wow, this is beautiful. And why I sat down there and I started thinking, what this role? And something came up in my mind. And I don't know how many of us watched that video in the early 80s. That's the Inconvenience Truth, maybe late 80s, by Al Gore. I don't know how many people watched Al Gore. Huh? You watched it. Inconvenience Truth. Inconvenience Truth gave birth to this global climate change program. And Al Gore, most of us who realize, he's a chemist, an analytical chemist. That was vice president of Bill Clinton. I'm sure we all know that. Those of us who know Al Gore. He's an analytical chemist. He's an analyst. And he triggered this whole talk on climate change. And what did he use? He used analysis, chemical analysis. He was able to come up, the whole idea about climate change, sustainable development have been going on. People have been getting worried. But he was able to go into detailed analysis, detailed chemical analysis. And it gave us the impact of the ozone depleting substances, how they are interacting with the ecosystem, and how this thing is affecting the weather pattern, and in particular climate variation. And it was able to let us know that beyond the anthropogenic and beyond the natural process, there are other human activities that are adding to this, and that we need to do something about the production of ozone depleting substances. This is all about the work of analysts. Everybody believed because an analyst was talking. So that tells you the importance of analysts when it comes to decision taking. Whatever the analyst says seems to be the finality, the final line. You can't dispute it, and it will help in arbitration, in decision taking. So I got to know that analysts, yes, these are the people that will establish facts for you. No debate. It's all about facts. So can we afford a lower level of professionalism with analysts? No. It has to be apt. That is a profession that must not tolerate mistake. Just like the aviation industry and or the surgeon. The air doesn't tolerate a mistake. That's what the aviation will tell you. There's no mistake by the pilot. It's either you make a mistake and it's fatal, everybody's gone. So the level of precision at that level is very high. And I see analysts and the precision at your level to be very, very high. So the analysts establish facts for projections, for preventions, for adaptations, and mitigations. And that is one critical thing the average regulator or policy formulator needs. All you have to do in your policy formulation is to refer to the facts as established by the analyst, and that will make your policy formulation. If the analyst, you get it wrong, the entire policy is wrong, and that can affect the life of a lot of people, because you'll be given policies that will never work. You'll be given policies that will be so dangerous. So for many people at my level and at government decision-taking level, the role of the analyst cannot be undermined. Climate change itself, like I said, is the work of the analyst. Everything about climate change is all referring to reducing your production of ODS, reducing your carbon footprint. Who knows about carbon? Is it not the chemical analyst that will talk to you about carbon? Is it not the chemistry? Everything is about chemistry. Whatever we do, whatever decision we are taking, measuring your footage is all about chemistry. It's all about analysts. So I can't just talk too much about that. We know what we have to do. And just like Dr. Sogino said, yes, the role have been clear. And even right there, I read it in your book. So you know the role of the analyst, and we cannot just undermine that. Then talk about food security. Where do you relate this with food security? I look at that food production chain, and I can see when we talk about food security in Nigeria, it's a global slogan that we are domesticating. And we are talking just about the production, food processing, food preservation, and food consumption. Food production, processing, preservation, and consumption. That is what we're talking about. So we can process this food for industrial use. We can consume it. We can do whatever we want to do. And how do we secure what we need and what we can give out to others that need it? That is all about food security. And what is the analyst going to do about this? To achieve all these objectives, yes, there are four key areas that will go through this process. In Nigeria, generally, we're talking about cropping. We're talking about livestock. We're talking about forestry, and we're talking about fishing. These are the areas of impact when we talk about food security. It's all about livestock, cropping, forestry, and fishing. Because forestry is a major key area when we look at it. And the analyst roles in these areas, they are plain, they are simple, and they are clear. For food production, we talk about soil analysis. Do we have competent analysts to give us detailed soil analysis? How professional, how competent are we? How prepared are we to advise the national government, to advise farmers in cropping? Talking about the kind of herbicide, pesticide we have to use. It's all about analysts. How will this pesticide react to the soil? How will you advise that this kind of pesticide can work in other areas, but in tropical area, it cannot work? It's all about analysts. What are the various chemicals that the analysts, this association, IPAN and the rest, have satisfied for Nigeria? These are the critical areas. We need to look at it. Are we just leaving it to global analysis? Are we not able to domesticate our competence? To me, that is the critical area we look at it. Biological analysis, soil mapping. And when the chairman was talking the other time, we talked about micronutrient analysis. How many micronutrient analysis do we have that can give us precision to a high level for micronutrients? How are we developing our competence and our capacities? Water mapping, water analysis and water mapping for Nigeria. Both surface water and underground water. Analysis and capacities of this to support industrialization. The federal government has several programs that require the analysts to participate in when they talk about food production. I know about the agricultural transformation agenda, the ATA. Do we have our policy statement on agricultural transformation agenda by the analysts? These are critical areas. And I'm sure by the time you deliberate more later this afternoon, look into that area if you are not doing it. But if you are doing it, how can we do it better? So that all these slogans we hear from the national government, from the state government, will not just end up being slogans. They can have products, not just talking about process. The Food Enhancement Support Scheme by the federal government. Food enhancement. It's all about analysis. What kind of analysis are we giving to support the local species, indigenous species? Talking about soil resilience. How much are we doing? And I'm sure Sojin will talk more about that the other time. The Anchor Borrowers Program. The Anchor Boss program is all about economics, dynamics. All right? But if you don't have good yield, for example, I remember the cassava program on the Anchor Boss program. We have yields, we have cassava that are not yielding enough to even meet the local need. And so when even the main off-takers for cassava are ready, we are still underproducing. How an analyst going to come and tell to us, maybe some soil, there's some farm produce that will not do well around here, but we can create a greenhouse activities to make all these things to produce so well. Why are we still importing? Some fruits? Talking about apple. Can't we produce them here? We can, but the public analyst will have to be able to do that for us. So these are critical areas. I believe my job is to talk to you about these areas, that this kind of conference should look into those areas where you can come up with critical policy statements. Let me take you back to Ogun State, where you are now, and I appreciate you for coming to Ogun State to come and hold this conference. And Ogun State is so special when it comes to ecology and economy. This is a state that balances the ecology and economy. This is the most industrialized state in Nigeria for now. Right. And that is not by accident. It was designed. It was designed. There was a template about 20 years ago to gravitate Ogun State to that level, and it's moving in that direction so that Lagos State can have peace. Lagos State is already choked up, and Ogun State is the only state that wraps around Lagos State. So if Ogun is not developing, Lagos will be dying. Lagos will be dying if Ogun State is not developing. So it was a deliberate attempt to make Ogun State the industrial hub and make Lagos the commercial center. So, and that is actually happening. Ogun State is growing when it comes to industrialization. Before now, Ogun State is an agrarian state. It's all about agri. Now in Ogun State, deliberately, the northern part of the state is reserved for the agricultural programs, and the southern part of the state is for industrialization, and that is growing seriously. Now we have issues. The issues are coming. We have the greenhouse gases in the south, and we must be able to capture them in the north. So this is the only state in Nigeria that has a Ministry of Forestry, because forestry is a major issue for us in Ogun State. Our forest cover must increase so that capacity to be able to absorb carbon by these plants is also very important. That is why I talked to you about soil analysis, micronutrients. Most of the trees, the indigenous species that we have to grow in Ogun State, while you're looking at these species, the depletion of the macronutrient from the soil is very, very important. That is why soil mapping in Ogun State is critical. That is what the Ministry of Forestry is doing, really. And that is where you have a program with the FAO and the analyst to work with the Ministry of Agri to do soil mapping, soil testing, soil enrichment, and for us to be able to nurture the species of a plant cover and to grow it. Don't forget again that Ogun State is the only state in Nigeria where you have the UNESCO identified biodiversity center. All right, this is the only state where you have the biodiversity center. All right, at the Omu Forest Reserve. It's a major serious forest reserve we have in Ogun State, and we are careful to make sure that we preserve this forest and we don't deplete them. Talking about the southern part of the state, I'm sure many of you drove down from Lagos. You will have been seeing industries on your right, left, center. Some of you that came in from with the train also must have seen a lot of industries along your way. And if you probably you travel from Ibadan also, you will have seen a lot of industries. Right now we have close to 1,000 industries in Ogun State, and it's still growing seriously. We have various. We have various, we've created more industrial clusters in the state to make sure that all these industries they can exist so well and they can share capacity, and to avoid these mixed settlements where which mistake we made in the time past. Few years back, areas like Ogijo in Ogun State developed, industries came to the communities and they started developing. You have a residential house by the side of industries. We have a challenge to make sure we plan those areas and we either move those industries away or curtail their pollution. Talking about their pollution, this is where the analyst comes in, and that is why when I was appointed the commissioner for environment in Ogun State, one key area we have to do is to invite analysts to Ogun State first. That was the first port of call. We brought in analysts to Ogun State. We had a meeting with all our analysts because we said that we have to put a stop to where people will be bringing environmental impact assessment with wrong, fictitious analysis. Many of the samples they've taken, and you just see that you cannot relate this. You read some of them, laboratories, and you see figures that will scare you. You say, is this fellow really, is he really coming from Nigeria? You read some EIA, you will see the title EIA of an industry in Ogun State. By the time you read the body of the report, you start seeing some sample in Calabar. Quackery. Quackery. You will see stamp of laboratories. Analysis that was never done, but with stamps. Maybe by some of your staff who will stamp these things for them and stand and collect money. So there was no control. So the first thing we did was to write letter to the Minister of Environment. And I say, henceforth in Ogun State, if you send in any EIA report to Ogun State without accredited analysts from Ogun State, we will not support it. That will not fly. And the minister immediately approved and said that henceforth, we sent to NESDRA also, the Federal Ministry of Environment, that no EIA will get approval in Ogun State without the accredited analyst. We had a meeting with IPAN, and some of you were registered. We visited the laboratories, and we got about first 10 analysts who are accredited in Ogun State, so that they are the ones that will bring the results, that will feel comfortable. Because when we see the signature of an analyst on the paper, that's integrity. We are not supposed to blink. And I've talked to you about that. This is facts. Analysts are supposed to be the highest level of precision. It's not a profession for people who are going to be guessing or quacks. It's not. It cannot be. So it's only trained professionals that should operate at this level, not people who are just hungry and looking for what to eat, and they start signing things like that. And what we told those accredited members, I'm sure many of you are here, is that you have to be in control of your document, not areas where your staff will be signing for quacks who call themselves consultants. They will take your stamp for them, you will not even know, and they'll get approval at the federal level or other area. But you have to be responsible for any document coming from your laboratory, and they all agree, they all sign to it. So in Ogun State, we made them realize that that's a responsibility you have. And are we relying only on the consultant? Yes, we have to rely on the analyst, but we have also created another line for quality control, quality assurance, where we can take random sampling and analyze the job of the analyst. We are lucky we have the Exim Africa, Afrexim Quality Assurance, Quality Control Laboratory in Ogun State here. It's the only one in Nigeria, I guess, at Shagamu. And That's a laboratory we are collaborating with. And some of the samples, some of the analysis done by some of your members, we check them there, we check again to check the integrity of what you are bringing. And we have also created a laboratory right now at OGEPA. The laboratory at OGEPA is our QA/QC laboratory that will control, do occasional check on some of the products, some of the results being submitted to us by accredited consultant, accredited analyst from your end. In Ogun State, we are not going to joke with our environment. We're not going to joke with what we bring, because we know that at this level of professionalism, we must not tolerate mistake. In Ogun State, like I said earlier, we are contending seriously with ecology and economics. At this stage, I want to welcome you to Ogun State, and I know that you have a nice session here. Thank you, and God bless you. Thank you very much. That was the first part of my assignment. Let me now do the second part. And the MC just reminded me that the second part of it is to tell you that after all said and done, on behalf of the governor of Ogun State, Prince Adedapo Abiodun, CON, I want to use this time now to declare Olumo CoPA 2025 open. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, sir. I still implore you to please remain here, sir. Please don't go yet. Don't go yet while I call on the president of SoTLAN for the wonderful presentation he deserved for him. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, one thing I'm pleased to present this to you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma. I call on Dr. Philip for a vote of thanks. Dr. Philip. Please, let's remain quiet while we have the vote of thanks, please, and get seated.
Good afternoon, everyone. We want to, on behalf of Society of Testing Analysts of Nigeria, first of all, we want to appreciate the Almighty God, who is the Alpha and the Omega and the beginning and the end. We scheduled this program and it has come to stay. We want to appreciate Almighty God for the gift of life, that we all travel down in peace. So we say thank you to Almighty God. And we want to appreciate His Excellency Prince Dapo Abiodun in absentia, who is the governor of Lagos State, Ogun State. We want to appreciate him for giving us the opportunity to host our conference in Abeokuta. And we'd like to appreciate our Honorable Commissioner, Mr. Oresanya. His name is a household name in Lagos State, and I'm sure it has become a household name in Ogun State. And in fact, it's supposed to be one of us. So, because he had made a lot of, advancement in the area of the environment, waste management, and so on. So we say, thank you so much, Honorable Commissioner. And we would like to appreciate the keynote. So I want to appreciate the keynote speaker, Dr. Olasukanmi Sojunu, who is representing Mr. Michael Bankole. We all work together in Lagos State Ministry of the Environment, and all these people have made a lot of advancement in the field of environment. Dr. Sojunu, we say thank you so much. We appreciate you. I want you to express our appreciation to Mr. Michael Bankole. We want to appreciate the president of SoTLAN, Professor Olugbenga Ogunmeyela. We want to appreciate him. I want to appreciate God on his behalf for commencing his tenure and concluding it. It's a grace. So we want to appreciate God on his behalf, and we thank God for this opportunity. We say thank you so much, our president. We want to appreciate the VP1 and VP2 in persons of Mr. Bolawa Bolahon and Mrs. Farida Bello. We say thank you so much for standing by the society and for contributing your quota. We say thank you so much. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. We want to appreciate the Registrar of Institute of Public Analysts of Nigeria in person of Mr. Angara, Aliyu Angara. We say thank you so much. God bless you. I want to appreciate all the executives of SoTLAN for all the wonderful job they have done. We say thank you so much. God bless you. I want to appreciate all our distinguished public analysts here present. We know it is not easy. We know the economy is not speaking well, but we know it has spoken well for public analysts in Jesus' name. Lord, I want to appreciate all of you for finding time to come here. We say thank you so much. We want to appreciate the elders of the society. We appreciate you so much. We say thank you. And of course, the chairman of the LOC, our own Alhaji Jimoh Kazim. He did so much, contributed so much, sleepless nights. We say thank you so much, sir, for the effort. And for the LOC members, we appreciate all of you. Thank you so much. You've done well. We are seeing success of this program. We say thank you. And of course, the press. We want to appreciate the press. We say thank you so much. You were there when we had the press briefing. You are here again. We say thank you. What can we do without you? Nothing. And we want to say, God bless you all. God will be with us as we continue with this program. There will be no emergencies. Everything I will be doing will be to the glory of God. God bless you all. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you so much, man. Now we want to have our group photograph. Please don't rush to go. The group photograph of the association. And while we prepare for that, I'd like to recognize the presence of Professor Abdulatif Soni, the Executive Director of Nigerian Stored Products and Research Institute from Ilorin, Kwara State. Is he in the house? Is he in the house, please? Okay. You are welcome. Just tell him we have welcomed him. So we'll be having group photograph now. Please let the executives come forward. We're going to have the fellows join them first. Let's have the fellows take shots with the executives. Please, let's come forward. Please, can we call President to come in? Professor Ugwuoke, someone should please call his attention. Somebody should call the attention of the President, please. Let's line up. Fellows in the house, please, let's join them here. If you are a fellow, please, let's join them. Please, can we have the President in, please? Fellows in their house, if you know you are a fellow, please come forth. Please, can we have Prof inside? Let's do fast. We are not breaking. Please be informed that you will be served your tea break on the seat while we proceed. We don't have time on our side, please. Please, let's just arrange ourselves. Let's just align, please. President is coming. Please, let's fall in. Let's fall in. Let's fall in. There is no time. Let's fall in, please. Let's fall in, please. Let's fall in. We are adjusting. Let's fall in. Let's fall in. We are adjust. Let's fall in. Fellows in the house. Please, let's fall in. Let's fall in. We arrange it. Miss Honor. Can we have 2 tables to join the ESCO on the seat here? If you are not a fellow, you have not stand before, can we have this table and this table? Please join. This table to join for pictures. This table and this table. If you have not stand, you are not a fellow. Yes, let's sit to first. If we can't accommodate one, we'll take another table. Please, let's fall in. Let's fall in. If you have not stand from that table, please join. If you have not stand here, join, please. Please, let's have some quietness. You've snapped before, you are fellow. Have you snapped? If you have not, please join. Okay. So this table, please join. You can still take more. You are not a fellow, but you have not snapped. Please go forward. Please, no noise. No, if I go that one. Can we have some people sit? Where are they? ESCO members, please, let's oblige them the seats first. SoTLAN ESCO, can we have you? VP and IPP coming. Please. The ESCO, please, can we excuse them on seats, please? ESCO member, please. With due respect, please. Please. ESCO member, that the SoTLAN has landed. That the SoTLAN in there. Can we jam our heads together for Balogun? The one and only Balogun, one of SoTLAN, of IPAN. Our IPAN daddy. ESCOs on the seat. ESCOs on the seat. Current ESCOs on the seat. ESCOs. That is not sir. Okay, please. Are we together? Is there any ESCO that is not here? Where is she around? Miss Chogu, please. Is she in the house? Miss Chogu. PRO, please. No, I'm leaving here. Don't worry. Where is our auditor? Miss Chinwe, come forward. Come this way. You are next one. Are you IPP, please, so if you are not an ESCO, let's vacate for ESCO, please. IPP will sit here. Please, this table, get ready. One, we have taken your table, right? Have we taken your table? Your table have taken picture. 1, 2, 3, 4. Please, let's get ready once they are done. 1, 2, 3, 4. These tables. ESCO remain, please, because ESCO remain. Time. Oh yeah, please, let's join them. ESCO remain. Please, let's be fast. Let's be fast, please. Let's be fast. Let's be fast. Let's fall in, fall in, fall in. Fall in, sir. If you have not taken shot, fall in. Prof, please take that picture. Oh yeah, fall in, fall in, fall in, please. The tables we called now. Let's make it snappy. I think you can join them, please. You can still take. These 2 tables can join. There are not many. Let's be fast. Let's be fast, please. We are leaving here. Oh. Please fall in, fall in. There is space this way. There is space this way, ma'am. short, ma. There is space this side. Let's be fast. Are we not taking shots there? There's no time. We should join. We're moving to this side though. If you know you want to snap, please join them, please. Oh yeah, take them. Take them. They are not- If you are not a member, don't bother. Oh yeah. Say SoTLAN. Oh yeah, please. These tables. No, ESCO remain. 1, 2, 3. Please, 1, 2, 3. Let's be fast. There is no time. Please, let's come up. If you have taken a fellow, don't bother. If you have not taken 1, 2, 3, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. If you have not taken shots, this table, if you have not taken shot, please let's go. 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, anybody this side. That means we are. It's only one shot for this side. If you know you have not snapped this side, please let's go. Let's go. Mr. Onyemaya for Isaye. You've taken that. Yes. Oh yeah, let's be fast, please. After now is serious work. Oh yeah. Those people outside, if you have not taken shot, please come. LOC, please get ready. After now is LOC, and then we close it and move on. Thank you. Monica, jókòó ma. Mrs. Phillips, Monica, Chitoke, jókòó. Sorry. Okay, let's have the LOC. Final. LOC members, if you are outside, you are in, please fall in. LOC members, please. Fast, fast. LOC members, please come out. Don't be excluded. LOC members. If you want to adopt me, I will join you. Am I adopted? Okay. Okay, hey, adopt me. They said they're adopting me. They said they're adopting me. Miss Ruth, where are you, please? Okay. So that when you look up. Thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you for coming. See you next year in Abeokuta. So please, let's take by the seats and please, can you assist to move back the seats as the program continues? Can you please move back the seats as the program continues? Okay. Okay, you are free to interact, to move around, exercise your legs for just 5 minutes. it's time to interact. Just 5 minutes. Interact and, partnerships. Get yourself acquainted to each other. Don't just sit with somebody passively. Know your neighbor. This is time for it. Thank you. 5 minutes.
Please, can we be seated, please? Can we be seated, please, so that we can start the technical session? Please, let us all have our seats, please. Please, let us be seated so that we can start the technical session. Yes, please. Like I said, we are starting the first technical session now. Thank you. Yes, we want to start the technical session. And I will start by calling on the communique team to please move to their table, please. Professor Ajayi Adedayo Olajide. Professor Ajayi. Dr. Adebisi Fagbohun. Dr. Fagbohun. Mrs. Kelechukwu Chinwe, communique table, please. Mr. Oyekomi Francis Akinshola. Mr. Oyekomi Francis Akinshola. Dr. Adebisi Fagbohun. Professor Ajayi Adedayo Olajide. Yes, please, once again, the communique team. Professor Ajayi Adedayo Olajide. Okay. Dr. Adebisi Fagbohun. Mrs. Kelechukwu Chinwe. And Mr. Oyekomi Francis Akinshola. Please move to the communique table. Thank you. So, to chair the first technical session, it is my pleasure to call on my Oga Patakpata, our professor, our mommy, our professor, in person of Professor Kehinde Olayinka. Please give her a big round of applause, please. She's the chairperson of the first technical session. Thank you. Okay. Yes. Professor Olayinka, the chairperson for the first technical session, is on seat. And the first presentation will be the impact of climate change on food security by Mr. Maximus Ugwuoke, the sustainability lead, Carbon Craft Africa. Mr. Maximus Ugwuoke, sustainability lead, Carbon Craft Africa. And representing him, I have Dr. Linus Orakwe. Please give me a big round of applause, please. Yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Orakwe. So like I said, he's representing Mr. Maximus Ugwuoke, the sustainability lead for Carbon Craft Africa. Thank you. Yes. So Dr. Orakwe, please, can you please rise, please? Dr. Orakwe Linus is a waste manager and climate risk expert. He obtained a PhD in ecology and environmental science from the Obafemi Awolowo University. He works with Carbon Craft as a senior resource person, and he is a colleague of Mr. Maximus Ugwuoke. Please give Dr. Orakwe a big round of applause, please. And we shall be going into his presentation. Thank you, Dr. Orakwe.
The chairperson of this very technical session, Professor Kehinde Olayinka. I also recognize the president of SoTLAN. Please permit me to align with the existing protocol. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please, the next slide. As introduced, I'll be speaking on impact of climate change on food security. These are the key sections within the presentation prepared by Mr. Maximus Ugwuoke. The first is about food security. It's been ably defined by Mr. Bankole Michael during the keynote speech, but we'll still look at this. The climate risk and food system vulnerability in Nigeria. We follow. The third is why the need for food security, and after which we will look at climate actions to address food security, Nigerian food safety gaps and roles of public analysts will also be discussed. Then we'll look at the strategic action for Nigeria, followed by conclusion and call for action. Please, next slide. So what is food security? Next slide. The previous speaker had already defined what food security is all about. I will not want to repeat it. Rather, I just wanted to emphasize on the 4 key components of the definition. The first one is the availability, which has to do a lot with sufficiency, having food in a sufficient supply, looking at the production value, looking at the importation policies. Do all these amounts to having food in sufficient supply that would be able to take care of the need of the masses? The second pillar, as was also highlighted in previous discussion, is accessibility. You can have all the money. You can have all the food in its surplus, but if you don't have the money to buy it, then it becomes a problem. Imagine having food everywhere, but then there is no money, or it is not accessible physically, then there is still a problem. People can still go hungry for not being able to afford buying food. The third item is the utilization, which has to do with how the body takes it in, how the body uses it. And lastly, we looked at consistency, that's the stability of food. Because it's possible that food is accessible and it's also affordable today. How about tomorrow? How about next month? How about the year after this year? So there is need for us to also know that having food security is also having it in a stable and consistent manner. Now, next slide. Okay, yeah. So food security is actually a great challenge globally. And among the factors that affect or drives insecurity in terms of food is climate change. I know there are so many other factors, but climate change seems to stand out as one of the critical factors that impacts seriously on food security. And this actually tells on millions of people who are at the risk of hunger and malnutrition. The UN FAO has estimated it to be about 700 million people that face hunger globally. I know Nigeria has its own share, which you'll be seeing in the next slide. Please, next slide. As a giant of Africa, it is important that we are concerned about food security in this country. I was listening to the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security on Sunday when he was talking about a partnership that Nigeria was going into with Brazil And he said the way to address this food security issue is seeking partnership, both locally and globally. Now, there are other countries that Nigeria has been able to establish this kind of relationship with. It could also be multilateral companies. It could be fund providers, development partners. Nigeria, for instance, is relating or partnering with AFDB in about 18 different states to build resilience in terms of cropping. So, international relations in terms of partnership is key when it comes to addressing the issue of food security. According to Cadre Harmonize, this is a platform, a framework that is mostly used by the West African countries. Over 26 million Nigerians are food insecure, and this is driven by a lot of factors. And one of it is climate shock, and that is why we are discussing climate change and its impact on food security. It's also important to note that agricultural or food systems are highly climate sensitive. Unlike so many other sectors, agricultural systems are highly climate sensitive. And climate change actually threatens all the 4 dimensions that I had started with. When you talk about availability, affordability, all these pillars of food security are impacted by climate change. Next slide, please. So let us look at climate risk and food system vulnerability and security in Nigeria. Next slide. Now, when presenting the keynote speech, the speaker mentioned that climate change is not a theoretical phenomenon anymore. It is something that we see every day, impacting on human and the environment. Nigeria, for instance, has recorded a rise in the surface temperature of about 1.5 degrees centigrade since 1951 till date. So it has moved from the average of 26 degrees centigrade to 27 degrees centigrade as we speak. 27.5 degrees centigrade. So there are technologies and systems that helps to monitor these variations or these changes over years. Nations have been able to install some important and sensitive equipments that can take inventory and record temperature rises for over years and decades. And with that, you can follow the trend to tell if there is actually a change in climate or not. Now, climate change leads to increase in temperature, like the first speaker had said, and also it leads to rise in evaporation, precipitation, that's rainfall, and sea level. Now, when there is a rise in temperature, what happens? What's the climate hazard? There is heat stress, which leads to health issues and eventually medical costs. Evaporation leads to a hazard like extended droughts and harmattan, which eventually leads to food insecurity. Then rainfall, extreme flooding, we know recent cases. Yesterday was a case of Kebbi State. The other day was Niger. But then, these are things that are beginning to happen more often than it used to be. Sea level rises leads to coastal erosion, and loss and damage to infrastructures result from these climate hazards. Please, next slide. A good example when you look at Nigeria is the Middle Belt and the Northern Zone, where we have recorded increase in climate impact, resulting to reduction in crop yields like rice, yam, many of us here can tell, in the last 1 to 2 years, the amount we buy yam, some people don't more eat yam. They substitute it with something else. It is so serious that you no more need any person to tell you that these are becoming a reality. So people now buy a tuber of yam for as much as 3,000, 4,000, just a tuber of yam. But if you roll back to 3 years ago or so, you may be buying that same tuber of yam for much, much, much less amount. Desertification and drought. The doctor mentioned something about farmer-herders conflict, that it's as a result of the Fulanis moving from the north and heading towards the south in pursuit for greener pastures. Green is associated with good climate, with something that is striving. Now, the same picture, you know, some of us that have geology background, we can tell. In the Chad Basin in the early 80s, 90s, they still had what we call the artesian wells. Wells that once you hit them, on its own, it doesn't need a pumping machine to pump the water out of the well. On its own, it comes out. So it is you that will have to control it. But over the years, you begin to see the water body shrinking. You can see Chad Basin shrinking from what it used to be in 60s to what it is in 72 and even in 2001. I think there was a much more recent view from the last presenter. So you discover that there are evidences to show that this climate change is impacting not just the world, but Nigeria and me and you. So Nigeria lose as much as 350,000 hectares every year. Every year, arable lands that are lost to desertification. That's a very significant when you consider the total spatial size of Nigeria. That should be about 92 million hectares or over, about that. And every year you lose as much as 350,000 according to UNCCD 2023. That means if nothing is done, in a short while, we'll begin to experience something that might be difficult to control. Please, next slide. Now, these are some of the effects of climate change. How does it really affect food and agriculture? One, it basically through reduction in crop yield. It's also for the livestock, stress and productivity loss, disruption of supply chain, water scarcity, pest and disease outbreak. For instance, if there is increase in temperature rise by 1 degree centigrade, there will be decline in terms of productivity and harvest that you can make from maize and wheat by 6%. So you can imagine, the implication is that, like I said, that we have witnessed about 1.5 degrees centigrade from 1951 till date. And funny enough, it may interest you to know that in the last decade, that's between 2014 to 2023, we had the most significant rise, about 1 degree centigrade. So the other 5 degrees, 0.5 was just about several decades. But between 2024 to 2025, or 2023, sorry, we have had about 1 degree centigrade increase in the surface temperature of Nigeria. And imagine just by that rice, we are losing about 6% of our maize and wheat cultivated for each year. 6% reduction in terms of yield. Not because we are not farming, not because things are not done properly, but because there is an impact from the climate change. High disease risk. For instance, the avian influenza is one disease that is associated with when we have the wild birds mingling with our poultries and the rest. But because of change in pattern of rainfall, of temperature, these birds can even come earlier than the time that they normally are supposed to migrate. And by doing that, they interfere with the ecosystem, the domestic ecosystem, and begin to impact on the health of these poultry products. Please, next slide. Who are the vulnerable groups? Small holder farmers. For instance, what happened in Niger State washed away several farms. It didn't just end as washing away farms. Even farmers were gone. We recorded over 200 deaths just because of one flash flood. Now, women and children are also affected severely. Urban poor, indigenous people, and pastoral communities. Next slide. I just want to highlight few examples as already presented here by Mr. Maximus. The first one is a case in Benue State, that flooding of farms in 2022. Around September, Benue State experienced a massive flooding due to heavy rain and release of water. Because once there is heavy rain, the dams are they take in more than what they can contain or carry, and you have to let go through the spills, and eventually it begins to impact those that are in the downstream with the heavy rain. And thousands of hectares of farmlands were submerged, especially rice and yam farms. So these are some of the effects on food security: major crop losses, displacement of farming households, soaring prices of staple foods in local markets. So when you have scarce food within the community because of the impact, definitely it will be very expensive to get. So the other example is Kebbi State, drought and flooding in 2020. So there was an unprecedented flooding that destroyed over 450,000 hectares of rice farms in Kebbi. And this led to sudden crop loss during harvest, widespread of farmers' indebtedness, of course. So many farmers, especially those who are into commercial farming, go to collect some facilities from the bank. And once this is done, you have to pay back. When there is flood issue and the source of income is destroyed, if there are no insurance on these activities, definitely you will have to find a way to pay back. So we have food security effects like drastic reduction in Nigerian rice supply, of course. When you have over 450,000 hectares of rice farm submerged, it will impact on the food supply, especially rice supply in the country. Sharp price increase was also recorded. Please, next slide. The other state that Maximus highlighted here is Sokoto State. Prolonged dry season between 2019 and 2023. Continuous rainfall, variability, and prolonged dry spells from 2019 to 2023 So we have inadequate water for crops and livestock, poor livestock harvest of millets and sorghum. So these are some of the things that we experience. And eventually, the impacts as it relates to food security include increase in rural food insecurity, migration of youth and herders in search of better livelihood. Niger State, farmer-herder conflict due to resource scarcity. In 2022, there is increase in conflict of grazing and farmland. There is increase because of what? Shrinking of water resources and vegetation. So of course, the herders will move into the farmlands, and before you know, there are conflicts, and it results many times to loss of property and also lives. Another case in Niger State that is worth mentioning is the Mokwa flash flood issue that occurred recently in between May 28th to 29th this year, that I've mentioned earlier, recorded over 200 fatality, flood water submerging farmlands and destroying stable crops and storages that were within those states. Next slide. I think these are the last two examples. Borno State, there's a desert encroachment and insecurity between 2015 and 2023. So we have had cases of Boko Haram, and these are some of the things that leads to the issues that we face in terms of insurgents and security compromise in those areas. Shrinking of Lake Chad, I've already displayed a picture that shows that Lake Chad is actually shrinking. There are options of finding a way to recharge that basin, but then it's very expensive. So, and what happens is that it also affects the fishing industry, because there will actually be decline and impact on the fish and fish business. The food security effects include massive food shortages and dependency on humanitarian food aid. See, most times we see some of these NGOs in the northern part of this country providing food aid because of this challenge that we witness in those areas. In Lagos State, we have urban flooding and saltwater intrusion, and these actually, the major impact that we have in this case is on fishing, and also the fact that the community can be submerged, or farmlands that are within the fringe of this water body submerged. Next slide. Now, Maximus also felt there was need to highlight some key agricultural value chain, 4 of them. We have 2 on this slide, and how climate change impacts on them. The first one is livestock production. High temperature, as we know, climate change leads to, the high temperature values that is recorded over the years actually results to the climate change that we are talking about, and it impacts on the animals. So heat stress actually causes abortion. Abortion is not just for human. Even animals also experience some of this distress once the environment is not suitable. High temperature increase also leads to activities of these pathogens that carry diseases that affect some of these animals that we are rearing within our farms. Let me just quickly highlight for the crop production. I'm sure you will have this slide to also take time to read some of these lines. So, increase or reduction in rain or in rain actually has its impact. Once it's too much, it can leach away the nutrients in the soil. When it is too much, it can submerge the agricultural products. Once it is little, then it may not be adequate to support the health of these crops. So eventually what you see is that there is a depreciation in terms of the productivity of any farmland that experiences some of these changes. Next slide. The other two value chain that Maximus highlighted is the artisanal, the aquaculture, and the agro-processing sector. So, like I mentioned, when there is so much rain, it adds some unnecessary pressure to either a farmland or livestock. The same also happens when you are into fishing. I mean fishery business, aquaculture. When there is so much rain, it can damage, especially when we have the flash flood and some extreme weather conditions that increases per time, not as it used to be. One event can damage structures that have been built for years, holding thousands of fishes or fingerlings, depending on what stage you have them. And at the end, the millions that were invested in that infrastructure will be lost. When there is so much water, it could also leach away some chemicals from the upland into whatever reserve you have for these fishes, and it will contaminate their water, and at the same time it begins to impact on their yield in terms of what you have been expecting to harvest at the end of the year. I'll quickly look at a few points on the agro-processing. Changes in temperature and rainfall patterns can disrupt agricultural supply chain by affecting the availability and quality of raw materials. Changes in temperature and rainfall pattern can also affect the quality and quantity of raw materials that we have in agro-processing industries. Next slide. Why the need for food security? The first thing we must know is that the SDG 2, which is about achieving zero hunger in 2030, is tied to food security. So an important thing is the food security is trying to ensure is human survival and well-being, energy for daily activities and productivity, nutrition for good health, and preventing malnutrition, stunted growth, and other health problems. Growth and development, especially in children and adolescents. Improving economic stability by reducing poverty and inequality. Promoting social stability by reducing conflict and migration. Enhancing environmental stability, thus protecting the environment and conserving the natural resources. Promoting human dignity. There is this common saying that a hungry man is what? Is an angry man, Abi? That is just it. Somebody can just react because he has not eaten very well, or he has not even eaten at all. The way he will handle matters will differ from somebody who has eaten plenty and has eaten so much and has no problem with food. And that is why we need to come to a state where everyone, according to UN definition, would have not just this food being available on their table or being available in the market, but have access to it. have access to it and also know how to use it or utilize it very well, be in health condition that will allow them to utilize this very food once it is eaten, then have it not just for one day, but always. The next, please, next slide. I've discussed this. Next slide. Yeah. So climate actions to address food security. So it's either we are looking at climate action in terms of mitigation, or we are looking at climate action in terms of adaptation. Now, when you talk about mitigation, you are trying to see how much you can contain or prevent impacting on the climate so that the climate will not change at the rate at which it is changing, or even stop whatever anthropogenic contribution that we are making to climate change. But a situation where you cannot stop it, because it is, even scientifically, it has been seen that even if we stop emitting at the level that we are emitting, that the climate will still be changing. The climate will still be changing. So what do? We must find a way to adapt to the changing climate. And that is why the adaptation actions are necessary towards ensuring that we have food security in our country. Now, next slide. Okay, yeah, you're on the slide. So some of the activities or actions that, or strategies that are put in place or need to be put in place include the climate smart agriculture. Now, it is true that there is a drought and desertification effect in the northern part of the country. But a climate smart agriculture will begin to think about using that sunlight to generate electricity that will power some irrigation system to water farmlands within that area that has no water body or sufficient rainfall. That is a climate smart idea. The climate smart technology or agriculture could also begin to think of what are the kind of seedlings that can withstand these kind of harsh conditions. Those are adaptation values that you can bring into coping with the changing climate. The diversified cropping and resilient varieties, like I mentioned, sometimes there is something we call mixed farming. You are bringing different crops or even animal into the same farmland, just to see that what is lacking somewhere will be replenished by one of the items that you have in the farmland. Today, we have a system where the arable lands are losing their nutrient content, but then there are adjustable patterns or procedures. I was working with a man, I think, Care, one of the compost plants in Lagos State. And you could see how they are turning organic waste into compost and organic fertilizer to be able to help soils that have lost nutrient values to regain, both in terms of structure and elemental composition. So these are some of the strategies, early warning signs. Many times we don't do well in early warning signs. It is until it happens before we begin to react. But we can be proactive in our strategies and action. Improve infrastructures and storage. Now, sometimes we have so much excess food in circulation, but there are no storage systems to keep these things for a long time. Go to especially our vegetable and fruit markets. The waste generated in the vegetable and fruit market is close to, if not more than 30% of that amount of vegetable and fruits that enter that same market. Why? Because once they are not bought off the shelf, it begins to go bad, we don't have storage systems. We don't have ways to sustain these things in good health. Policy alignment with SDG and Paris Agreement, investment in research and technology, community-based adaptation programs. There are so many community-based. We went to Kano the other day. We saw some rain harvesting infrastructure. You understand? When there is a lot of rain, there is a way they can harvest it and keeping it for when there is no such supply. They use it to water their farmland. So there are community-based, small projects that can be put in place in areas to be able to adjust to the changing climate. Now, next slide. So there are also, like I mentioned, apart from adaptation strategies, there are also mitigation strategies that we must apply. The agricultural and food sector, apart from the fact that they have to adjust to the changing climate, they also contribute to climate change a lot. For instance, carbon dioxide are emitted when we burn bushes just to cultivate. Some farmers will burn 1 hectare of land before they cultivate. So, or even fecal waste. So when you do that, you are releasing CO2, and it's one of the greenhouse gases that we kind of form a canopy and not let the sun radiations to go back to the space. Deforestation, cutting down forests reduces the number of trees that absorb CO2. Land use changes. Okay. All right, let me run fast because I didn't know I have this short time left. So release of methane from agricultural products is also another way we need to mitigate. There is a project with it that we saw that instead of allowing some of these things get spoiled, they can be biomass used for energy generation to fire either kiln for cement industries or boilers for some of these beverage industries. So, but these are smart ways that we must begin to think. Let us look at, next slide, Nigerians' food safety gaps and roles of public analysts. There are actually important steps that have been taken so far. Like I mentioned, climate smart agriculture. We have some irrigation systems in Kano, in Jigawa, in Kebbi. We have, for water and infrastructure, we have some small dams in the north. We have in Kano. We have some research and early warning system, though not as we want. We also have seen that Nigeria has now gotten a national adaptation strategy for agriculture. Nigeria has also included agriculture in its NDC. So there are some measures that have been taking place. Please, next slide. But then there's still some gaps. Nigeria contends with widespread food safety risk, high level of pesticides residues, heavy metal contamination, aflatoxins, especially in cereals and legumes. So public analysts in Nigeria, especially those ones working with NAFDAC and maybe SON and other agencies, these ones are just highlighted by Maximus, but there are, all of us, we have our different agencies or even private sector. You are key to ensuring compliance with national food safety standards. So these are areas we can come in. Testing for contaminants exacerbated by poor storage under humid and changing climate conditions. Supporting risk analysis, quality control, and evidence for consumer protection. I know there are notable things that have been done. Please, next slide, because of time. Nigerian food and safety gaps and roles of public analysts. The first role, somehow you could see that there are similarity from what the keynote speaker had mentioned, presented, and what I'm about to say. One key area where we can come in is in the policy and institutional reform in the country. So public analysts are rarely mainstreamed into national or state level food security and climate adaptation framework. So we need to begin to fill in those gaps. Many times the analysts themselves don't have that technical or professional knowledge that they need. So there is what we call in the profession, there's what we call training and retraining. So every year there are emerging innovations and we need to continue to train ourselves. Extension, our awareness. Farmers are actually far from our results. There are so many results that are on our shelves that will be useful to small holder farmers, but they don't have this. They are barely using the solutions that we are providing. When you go to many schools, you will see so many theses piled up in the library, but they are not used in the industry. Wonderful outcomes from research, and that is what happens to the public analyst. So we need to begin to close this gap. So there are other roles like early warning and surveillance, research and policy advisory, innovation in detection technology, supporting circular food system, and training, like I've also mentioned. I think this should be the last section. Strategic action for Nigeria. One of the actions that we need to take, I'm happy that the Commissioner of Environment in Ogun State was here, and he mentioned something like having Afrexim lab and also another lab by the state government. We actually need such structures on ground, such facilities. Expanding regional laboratories. We need to start looking at state level laboratories and also having a PPP kind of arrangement, allowing the private sector come in to boost this. The second one is integrating analysts into state level climate and food policy, then building a pipeline of young analysts. For you to have sustainability in the profession, you must have a very good preparation for the young ones. Leveraging regional trade framework. Closing thoughts. Nigeria has the population and agricultural potential and scientific capacity to be a continental leader in climate resilient food security. But doing so requires investing in data collection and diagnostics, and this is where public analysts must be at the center. Conclusion. As climate change continues to intensify food insecurity, public analysts serve as frontline experts, safeguarding the quality and safety of the food supply. By combining scientific analysis with policy support and public engagement, they contribute significantly to achieving food security in a warming world. So these are some important steps that is important for us to consider in climate resilient food system. Investing in infrastructure. I just want to repeat this. Very, very important. Secondly, mainstreaming public analysts in climate and agricultural policy. The third one, capacity building. And the last one, promote collaboration. So these are some of the important things that are necessary, and we must take note of that. Your agency or your association or this platform can always advance the pursuit of ensuring that there is a balance between the public, the private, and the research institutions. And I'm sure by doing that, we'll have a very sustainable future and a secured food system. in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maximus Ugwuoke, represented by our own doctor. Thank you very much for a very good presentation. You will all agree with me that it was really comprehensive. And what he has done is that he has agreed to share his slides. But because I want us all to contribute, there's so much to know about climate change. There's so much to know about the effect of climate change on food security. He has dealt so much on it, the impacts, the effects, and most importantly, about our role as public analysts. So what I'm going to do now is to give us just about 3 people of 1 minute each. Please do not exceed 1 minute so that you can contribute. And if you do have questions, another 3 sets of people if you do have questions. Thank you. Very quickly, if you have, yes, 1. Please, can I have your hands up? 1. Number 1. Any other person? Oh, I might give him all the 3 minutes then if he's the only one. We're talking about contributions now. Number 2, quickly. Quickly. Yes, please. Can you start, please?
Thank you very much, the chair and the president. As you rightly said, the presentation is very comprehensive. My contribution is the last aspect where he was talking about the gaps. I want to plead that this presentation should be shared so that some of us can pick up those gaps and see how we can leverage on them to impact more on the climate change conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, number 2, somewhere there. There's a lady there. Yes, please.
I want to thank the presenter for bringing it home to analysts. I think my major concern is how we're going to marry research with policy. That is an issue that we should consider here. Like we were just saying here, that you stay in your laboratory, you keep getting all the data, but when it is time to formulate policies, nobody consults you. And so I think it's an issue that we should look at. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a question. Number 2, so, yes, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Balogun G.S. I want to thank the speaker. All the areas of agricultural production. And then at the end of it all, zeroed in on the role of the public analyst. Well, I think there is a gap in our training, in the training of public analysts. We have not emphasized agriculture and the role of public analysts in ensuring that agricultural products are free from contaminants and so on and so forth. We have not really done that. I am going to advise the leadership of SoTLAN and IPAN now to look at the review of the curricula of analysts, the training of analysts, and bring in the areas of, because government is now focusing on agriculture, in fact mechanized farming, and asking state governors to get involved in promoting agricultural production. There will also now be a need for certification of products from pesticide residues and so on and so forth, where public analysts will come in. If public analysts are not trained in this area, they may not be able to play that role adequately. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Balogun. That was a very important and crucial thing which we should be talking about. Are we competent as public analysts to do what we are doing? Shouldn't we be adding some more training into our curriculum so that we really are versatile? Yes?
Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. My own contribution is that probably you can, community can include it. Is climate change as it affects the livestock and the insecurity in the country. You know, because of deforestation or whatever, this the rearers, I mean, the Fulani, they tend to move downwards looking for fresh plants and whatever, and thus affecting the plants of the farmers. If something can be done, instead of looking at the how to tackle them security-wise using armed forces, if some hectares of land can be provided over there, and they use some of these means to make sure that there will be quality irrigation and all those kind of things, to make sure that there will be availability of plants for the livestock, and make such areas suitable for accommodation where they can live in and do their rearing very well. All this insecurity will reduce to very good minimum. Thank you
very much, ma'am. That's a good suggestion. One, and then the last one. The fifth one now.
Thank you very much. The presentation was very absolute. But my observation is in the area of the use of methane that you mentioned. And I think the energy that will have been required to conserve methane will be more expensive than to use methane for energy production. And then at the end of your presentation, you talk about collaboration. And I want to encourage the agricultural industries who may be here to encourage sponsoring research in the area of agriculture. I realized that recently there were fisheries, and the kind of food for this fishery are floating food stock. Fishery foods that floats on water, and these foods can be designed in such a way to also serve as light preservative. That is, fishes tend to produce less in the presence of high temperature and light. So if foods can be produced apart from being suspended food that can prevent light from affecting fish production, that will be encouraged. So what I'm trying to say is that industry like Pfizer's or other industries should encourage or sponsor researches in the universities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. The very last one, anybody?
Yes.
If not, yes, ma'am.
If I'm permitted to make this comment, like Madam was talking about how we can convert our data to be useful in policy decision. I remember we talked about that yesterday. I still want to make this, take this to our public domain here. I know we used to have committees in IPA and advocacy committee and the likes. These are informations and data we need to gather. Ghana ourselves with as professionals, articulate it with points that will take as advocacy to the relevant government agencies, parastatals, and ministries. It will show us being relevant. It will profile situations to economic problem that will make us more relevant. I think we need the committees to come up more on this. If it cannot fit into whether advocacy or whatever, I don't think it's wrong if you could create a committee that will, articulate all these points and subsequent researches that have impacts on the economy and come up with recommendations to guide the government. It will put us in a very better limelight. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so very much. I will allow the presenter to respond to some of those and then round up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. I agree with you, my brother, that using methane, maybe from anaerobic digestion of organic matter, could also be a very cheap way of achieving energy. So we are looking at all means of ensuring that there is no so much impact on the environment, especially causing climate change. So if there is a way you can harvest that and channel it into energy production, that is good. At the same time, we can also use, like I said, the solar panels and any other way. Instead of burning diesel, these are ways that we can reduce the impact of our anthropogenic activities on the climate change. I don't know if I responded correctly to your question. Okay. Sorry, maybe you will still talk to that. But let me address the question that says, how can we marry research with policy? I'm happy she talked about advocating for we to move whatever we have come up with to the law making bodies. So advocate for laws. We need also advocate for laws and regulations that mandate evidence-based policies. You understand? We can advocate for that from this kind of platform. We can advocate for that. There are bills that are sponsored to change situations to begin to favor your members. Another thing again is that some of these our policy makers, they seem not to, sometimes they are not technically enough to understand what you present as your results. So it's either they are trained to understand it, or you begin to present your results in a very simplified manner. Use infographics, for instance. Somebody who is not technically sound to read those lines of 10 pages of outcomes, but when you display it in infographics, the person will begin to understand what you are trying to say. That could be a very good way. Then before research, and even after research, there is need to engage the policymakers. Research should be having some policy-related questions so that you actually know there is a problem you want this guy to help solve, and you tailor your research questions towards helping him to solve those problems. I know there is no time, but these are just few things I want to highlight as ways we could just begin to tailor towards ensuring that our research outcomes fit into the policy formulation and the proper alignment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, our dear presenter. Please give him another round of applause. Like I said, he has promised to share his slides with us, and I believe there's so much that we can learn. As professionals, we have a lot to give this country. When the chairman of the occasion was talking earlier on, he talked about a lab in Shagamu. And I said to myself, who are in the lab? They are not Nigerians. The one who is the head of the lab is not a Nigerian. So it means that we do have a lot as an association to really make ourselves visible. We're not visible enough. We've talked about advocacy. There are other things we can do. Get these young students to be able to act dramas that show the importance of a public analyst. We need to be out there. We need to be relevant to our society. That's how we can make it as a society. And I believe that going forward, our executives will take some of these things. Our curriculum needs to change. A situation where you send samples to a lab and it's not analyzed, and then result, it's not on at all. It doesn't give us credibility. These are the things that we need to. And then now everybody seems to analyze. Is it everybody that is competent to analyze? We really need to look at these things and do a holistic change so that we become relevant and we're not going into oblivion. Thank you so much.
Yes, a round of applause for Prof.
It's time now, on behalf of the association, I'll quickly read the citation, very short one, of Mr. Maximus. Mr. Maximus Ugwuoke is currently supporting the government of Enugu State with implementation of its recently launched climate change policy and action plan, a role that combines sustainability lead at Carbon Craft Africa. Prior to this, he was a Lagos City advisor at C40, where he provided technical assistance to relevant Lagos State ministry. Prior to joining C40, he had a great career in Lagos State, working in various environmental departments. Mr. Maximus was a CoPA of the Year. He won the CoPA of Year award and a Commonwealth Professional Fellow obtained from the Center for Global Eco-Innovation and University of Lancaster. On behalf, please give a round of applause to Mr. Ugwuoke, represent fully on this occasion, and I believe he has done a great justice to this presentation. This is the technical session, and I can assure you that there is a lot of difference between what he has spoken and what others have spoken. So on behalf of SoTLAN, the Conference of Public Analysts, we award this to Mr. Maximus Ugwuoke as the technical paper presented, held at Mitros Residence Hotel on this day, July 9, 2025.
Thank you so much, Prof. God bless you. A round of applause for Professor Olayinka. You've done greatly, ma. God bless you. And thank you too for to the presenter representing Mr. Maximus Ugwuoke. Okay, without wasting time, please, I want to implore us to please observe some quietness, please. Hello? Are we having one house? Are we together? And I want to believe we are not hypoglycemic. Are we? Do we understand? We don't have low sugar because we just took tea break. So let's be relaxed and be assured that our lunch is on the way. Just relax as you are seated, honorably. You'll be served honorably and you're going to enjoy your meal. While that is going on, we don't want noise because we're going to be having this session we moved to today from yesterday, which is a children's presentation. And to do that is no other one than the CBN of SoTLAN. So I'd like to call on Mrs. Coker to take over. Thank you. We can
Good
clap
afternoon,
more.
everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, the student essay competition could not hold yesterday because some of the students were having their exams. And so today we have two of them being represented here. But I'm going to be handling, we are about three of us are as panelists for the essay competition, and I want to introduce the other two members of the competition. Have Miss
Sorry for interrupting you. Please, I am asked to pass this to you. As you can see on the program, immediately after now, we are going to be going on our excursion. And logistics are ready. As they serve you food, please eat. We are not rushing you, but try to eat on time so that the train will not leave you behind. God bless you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Even while we are waiting for our lunch, that we'll use this as a breakup. So I have Dr. Rose Adelani from University of Lagos. Please, can you help me give her a big round of applause? Please come up, madam. And then we have Mr. Babatunde Lawal from Ogepa. Please, can you come up here? We have two students that are going to be presenting to us today. I want to inform us that what we have now is an essay competition. What we've always had before has always been either a quiz competition or a debate. But what we have this year is an essay competition. And the essay competition is on solution to climate change, building resilient cities. Can we have some quiet, please? Can we have some quiet, please? Thank you. So 6 students competed and sent in their essays. Out of the 6 students that competed and sent in their essays, it was we were graded, and we found out that most of them used the same AI, artificial intelligence, to generate their talk.
Sorry, excuse me, please. I want to plead. The noise is too much. We are not really getting ourselves right, please. We are dignified people. Let's please observe quietness. Thank you.
So after that, they were graded, and they were told to send us 3 minutes voice speech. And from you will listen to the voice speech, and out of that, we have 2 of the contestants, 2 of the students that are here today to make their presentations. And I have Oresanya from Covenant University. Please, can you come up here? Please, can you give her a big round of applause? She had exams today. Immediately after exam, she started coming down. Please, let's give her a big round of applause. Oresanya, and then you have Ugwuoke Chikamego. Please come up here from Bells University. Ugwuoke, please, can you move on? Like I said, the topic is solution to climate change, building resilient cities. I don't know if their pitches they were supposed to have been uploaded. The voice pitch, Mr. Bashir, has the pitches been uploaded? Okay. Can we have the voice pitch? Please, we are going to have voice pitch of 6 contestants, 6 people put in for this competition, and 6 of them had their voice pitches. So I think I want to crave your indulgence to please listen. Can we have some quiet, please? Na food, oh. Na food.
I think I should pass it that I'm writing names of noisemaker. If you see me stand beside you, just give me 5,000. And please. I will not.
Hello everyone. My name is Abona Sneji. I'm a proud Nigerian with deep concern for our planet and our cities. Climate change is no longer just a warning in science journals. It's right here with us. Flooding in our streets in Lagos, drying our farmlands in the north, and making every day more difficult for millions of Nigerians. But there is hope, and that hope lies in building resilient cities. In Nigeria, an attack Hello everyone. My name is Abona Sneji, and I'm a proud Nigerian with deep concern for our planet and our cities. Climate change is no longer just a warning in science journals. It's right here with us. Flooding in our streets in Lagos, drying our farmlands in the north, and making every day more difficult for millions of Nigerians. But there is hope, and that hope lies in building resilient cities. In Nigeria and across Africa, our urban centers are growing very fast, but also our climate-related risks. Heavy rainfalls, heat waves, waste pollution, and poor drainage systems are overwhelming our cities. The question is, how do we build cities that can survive, adapt, and lead in the face of climate change? The answer lies, of course, in building resilient cities through innovation, planning, and community involvement. I propose a threefold approach for Nigerians and similar developing nations. Nature-based solutions. We must start with the land, planting trees, restoring wetlands, creating green corridors in cities like Abuja and Port Harcourt that can reduce the heat and control flooding. These are low-cost and high-impact solutions we can implement locally. The second is climate-smart infrastructure. Our cities need to be built with the future in mind. This means affordable, energy sufficient housing and solar powered street lighting, among others. Proper drainage network as well. These solutions will also create jobs, reduce emissions, and improve the standard of living. Number three, grassroots awareness and action. Resilience is not just about concrete and technology, it's also about people. Communities must be educated on climate adaptation. Local governments, youth groups, market women, everyone must be involved in making decisions that affect their environment. When people understand the impact, they become more part of the solution. Building resilient cities is more than just a climate goal, it's a sustainable development goal. It's about creating safe, inclusive, and sustainable spaces for every Nigerian to thrive, regardless of their income, location, or background. Let us rise to the task. Let us build cities.
So, I'm here to give a presentation on the topic Solutions to Climate Change Building Resilient Cities. So, first, what is climate change? Climate change refers to long term changes in the temperature and weather patterns caused by greenhouse emissions, which has affected the atmospheric carbon dioxide. So, climate change poses severe threats to developing cities. It leaves the areas at risk with increasing vulnerability. Africa is a continent which is most vulnerable to climate change.
Hello. Take this. Take this.
Okay, no problem, ma'am. Resilience is the ability to come back, bounce back from misfortune or change. A few helpful areas in building a resilient city will be discussed in my presentation today. In recent years, there has been a rapid growth of urban cities and areas due to the growing market for real estate and luxury homes. This growth is very necessary for economic growth, but most times we find out that these buildings come without proper checks on the geology or the geography of these areas. Lands are cleared and water bodies are sand-filled to make room for mega cities to be built. So these rapid expansions leads to urban heat islands, flooding and pollution, worsening the climate impact which we are already experiencing. So these cities have to integrate green infrastructure to what they already have going on: urban forests, permeable pavements, vertical gardens, to help combat some of this excess carbon dioxide that we have in the environment. And this can be achieved with stricter green policies, proper maintenance of already existing facilities, and vertical greenery. An example of this is the Singaporean Green City initiative. We have a mega city built with greenery all around, vertical gardens, green rooftop, rainwater harvesting, while still maintaining the aesthetic and quality that an urban city desires. The Lagos State Park and Garden Agency has recently, no, not even recently, for years now, they have increased their urban planning, but maintenance of this infrastructure is lacking. So policies need to be carried to be impacted to help with maintenance of these structures. Then we can grow from there. Another big effect of climate change in Nigeria is increased flooding in large portions of the southwest, southeast, south-south, and even northeast region due to climate change-induced sea level rise and increased frequency of rain events. Areas have experienced great floods, even greater floods. An example was one of the presenters gave of in 2022, the Benue region, which experienced great floods. And these floods have destroyed livelihoods, washed away homes and farmlands, which has impacts on the economic side too. So for areas with canals, we see it in the urban cities, these canals are not functioning for what they were built for because they are filled with trash, pollution. So these canals need to be cleared. We need restoration of parks or wetlands near water bodies. For example, we have the mangrove in the Niger Delta regions, Port Harcourt and Calabar, to hold some of that flood that happens when there's excess rainfall. It absorbs Then the last point I have today is one which does not directly impact climate change, but is also an indirect factor, which is poor waste management and open sewers. They increase the risk of zoonotic diseases, which are spread from animals to humans, especially when coupled with the frequent floods. Nigeria is unfortunately among the nations in the world with the highest number of people practicing open defecation. We have 122,000 Nigerians, including 87 children under 5 that die every year from diarrhea. Nearly 90% of this is attributed to water, sanitation, and hygiene. An optimum solution would be to invest in closed sewage systems, waste to energy plants, and public hygiene campaigns. The Federal Ministry of Water has a partnership with the World Health Organization to reduce open defecation in Nigeria. On waste management, the Lagos State currently has a waste to energy project on ground to enhance waste management and promote sustainable energy. It has also placed a ban on single-use plastics, further making efforts to reduce the amount of plastic waste in the environment. This initiative is spearheaded by the Lagos Waste Management Authority, LOMA, and is expected to generate between 60 to 80 megawatts of power while reducing landfill dependency. The Lagos State government also has signed a memorandum of understanding with Lafarge PLC for collection of non-recyclable combustible waste, ground state and landfill sites as an alternative fuel for production. So, for my conclusion, building resilient cities requires intentional action and planning. Lagos State Waste Energy Plan proves that these plans are achievable, they can be put into place, and is not restricted to already developed countries. Government should enforce policies to scale up these innovations to protect the rural and urban population. Finding solutions to climate change is bound to be a slow and time-consuming venture, but it is achievable. The choices we make today will determine if our city will flourish or collapse. We must be decisive and act now. Thank you for listening. My name is Egwatu Chemego. Thank you very
Please,
much.
can we give her a big round of applause? Thank you very much. Thank you. And then we now have Oni Simisola for your presentation. Please, can you be more audible and thank you.
Good day, honorable panelists, my respected judges, and my fellow audience. My name is Oni Simsola Olua, a student of Covenant University studying industrial physics with a focus on renewable energy. I also want to thank you all for the privilege to be here today to share my ideas on this topic. I'll be speaking on a topic titled Solutions to Climate Change, Building Resilient Cities. So we'll go first. A resilient city, what do you think a resilient city is? It's a city that can withstand, adapt, and recover from shocks of stresses from the climate change. And this includes the flooding, heat waves, failing systems, rising of sea level. And these are caused by human activities. Climate change is not just merely an environmental concern. It's a profound physical phenomenon that's governed by the immutable laws of physics. When the Earth is normally governed by the solar radiation, which is reflected in, and then the infrared, but due to the human activities which are caused, it can't go back. And CO2, that's carbon dioxide, and methane, they trap the heat in the they trap it in the world, which makes it cause the climate change we are facing presently. And also, cities are at a high risk of dense population, poor planning, and aging infrastructure. When we build better cities, we tackle everyday climate changes. We talk about also these resilient cities. Resilient cities need a strategic response. They need to be designed urgently. We don't need to wait for anything. What we need now is the action. The effect of this climate change, first, the urban heat island, which is caused when buildings, they absorb heat from the atmosphere, and also the pavement, which causes temperature to now be higher than the rural areas due to the heat that are now absorbed. And that's also due to the cutting down of trees. And the trees are supposed to have been able to absorb CO2. Okay. Hydrological impact, which is climate change intensifies hydrological impact, leading to more precipitation events. And this leads to more frequent and severe flooding, which needs to be controlled. Cities that lack proper damage, they will lead to a dangerous flooding. Now, we can solve these issues step by step. But before we go into that, global warming is also one of them, which is a rising temperature, which is caused when the earth continually absorbs the carbon dioxide, which I spoke about earlier on, leading to a rising sea levels and causing climate changes in the environment. Green infrastructure. How do we design resilient cities? Green infrastructure. Incorporating vegetations like green roofs, walls into urban design not only shades our building, like green roofs and walls, not only shades our building, but they help us to create a cleaner air. Physics teaches us that plants absorb.
Please. Can we have some silence, please? Please.
Physics teaches us that plants absorb through the process of evapotranspiration. Now, we need the use of green infrastructure to stop this climate change. Secondly, the sponge city concept, which was developed and originated in China. We use wetlands, pavements to absorb and purify rainwater, which helps to reduce the flood and risk. We have smart energy systems. We apply the use of microgrids to balance renewable systems such as solar and wind, which must be prevented during climate disruptions or blackout of power. If you take a look at the case study of Mokwa, that was on May 28th, that was this year, which Mokwa experienced a catastrophic flooding due to prolonged heavy rainfall and the collapse of a nearby dam. This disaster resulted in over 200 fatalities with more than 1,000 individuals missing, approximately 2,000 homes were destroyed, and critical infrastructure, including bridges and roads, were severely damaged. This flood also devastated over 10,000 acres of farmland, displacing thousands and disrupting the local economy. This all happened because the city was not resilient. If we want to build a resilient city, we have to make sure that every place is all touched. We can't leave some places out. But we can still build that city back again. But for Mokwa, we can implement permeable pavement just as China has implemented sponge city concept with the use of wetlands to absorb rainwater. We can develop proper efficient drain systems with the use of fluid dynamics modeling. We can also establish early warning systems and emergency response, which also helps to make sure that they are also aware. And also, I want us also be aware that there are some jobs we need to do as also a public analyst. A public analyst is an expert that analyzes the use how individuals they take they are experts who make sure that the food, water, the soil, they are analyzed before consumption or before anything for human needs. We need to also make sure that citizens, there's a creation of awareness in these individuals, which also helps them and also educates them on how to go about each way. Now, also, I will also be talking about how physicists can also be implemented in this area. We need to collaborate with the engineering to make sure that these ways are implemented. We apply physics, we can design and implement solutions that enhance the resilience of our cities. The question is no longer if we need to build these resilient cities, but now it is a will that we do it to build a stronger, smarter, and more sustainable, not just for a climate strong, but for a climate future. And also, let's use this knowledge that we have and give a chance to these problems to build a resilient city. Thank you.
Can we give her a big clap, please? A big round of applause. And so from 6 candidates, we cannot help but come down to 2. These are the 2 outstanding students that gave us essays this year. And I want to say, please, I want all of us to give them a big round of applause again for turning up despite the huge, yesterday they were supposed to be here, they could not be here, and they made it all through today. Please, and we have some of the lecturers that have accompanied them here. I think Mr. Is it Professor or Dr. Dudu, and the other lecturer. Then, please, can you give him a big round of applause? And that's the lecturer from Covenant that accompanied him out there. And another big round of applause I want us to give to the CEO of Clean Environment Systems, Mr. Ayodeji Oluwagbenga. For so many years, he has consistently been responsible for the students, either debate or quiz. He puts down money and sponsors this program. So I want us to give him a big round of applause today again. Thank you, sir. We appreciate you so much. And so we'll have our results. Dr. Adelani, will give us the results. You want to give comments? You have a comment. You have a comment. You can give your comment.
So I just want to give a big comment regarding what they have presented. Yes, the 6 were actually invited. Only 2 appear today. The 2 candidates who are here today will be able to actually give a comprehensive analysis of the impact of climate change and provide various solutions to address and to enhance urban cities
But however, I observed that none of them related to the role of public analyst. And that is basically the theme of this conference. Then again, they also be unable to a kind of in building a resilient city. There's going to be a lot of challenges. None of them actually mention it. And there's challenges, there are also opportunities. At least we have, there's going to be financial constraints because budget of government is going to be affected. Then there's going to be a kind of infrastructure limitations because existing infrastructure design might not fit into what is actually coming up among others. There are also a lot of benefits. We are going to have a kind of, it can drive sustainabilities. It can also promote good health. It can also a kind of enhance entrepreneurship and create jobs. So those are the things that we also expect from them. However, based on what they have presented and what they have presented here and what we have actually have here, we have certain criteria upon which we are going to judge them. We are having content of the presentation, the organization, the writing style, originality of the essay, adherence to the topic, and then upon this we are going to judge them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone, for giving us attention in this session. And we appreciate our students. Pay attention here. And like my colleague said, we're judging them based on content, organization, presentation, originality, adherence to topic. So we have Bells University, Guatu Chimego. For content, she had 12/20. For organization, she had 12/20. For presentation, she had 10/20. Originality 8. Adherence to topic 20/20. So she got 61%. Came second. She did very well. And then Oni Simisola Oluwa, content she had 16. Organization she had 17. Presentation she had 17. Originality she had 16. Adherence to topic 20/20. So she had 78%. So she came first. Thank you everyone for the attention.
Yeah, from my hand, for Uni Simisola Oluwa, I give her 17/20. Why? Because she gave a science-based view using physics, which was interesting. The content was strong and well explained, although a bit more focused on city-related solutions would help. Then for our organization, the idea flowed smoothly and the structure made sense. And I give her I gave her 17 for this too. For her writing style, her writing was clear and professional. It showed confidence and a good example and a good understanding of the topic. So I gave her 16. Then originality. For originality, using physics was a creative and original style angle. It made her essay unique and fresh. Then for adherence to the topic, she mostly stuck to the topic, though at one session she focused more on general issues. Then overall comment. I think her approval was very good and the idea was smart. She should keep focused. So I give her 86%. Then for Shimego, I gave her 15 for comment. She covered, why? This is my reason. She covered several city-related problems like flooding and waste. There were real and practical examples, but the essay could use deeper analysis of your idea. Then for organization, I gave her 15 as well. She had a basic structure, but some ideas jumped around a bit. With a little more planning, her point could be clearer. Then for writing style, her writing style was plain and understandable, which is good. Making it a bit more polished will help. Then for originality, I gave her 15 as well. She gave practical ideas that fit Nigerian cities. A few more creative touches will have made it stronger. Then for adherence, then she talked about climate change, how it affects cities, and what can we do. You're on point. Then for general comments, she gave example that relate to real city problem. With more depth and planning, our idea will really shine.
For Simisola Oni, I have, for content, I have 17. For organization, I have 17. For writing style, I have 16. For originality, because he was able to give us a case study and talked about a recent thing that happened in Mokwa recently, I gave her 17. And for adherence to the topic, I gave her 16. So she has 83. For Ugwuoke, for content, I gave 16. For organization, 16. For writing style, I gave 16. For originality, 16. And adherence to topic, 17. And she has 81. So I have 81, 83. So what we're going to do is we'll compile the three and find the average so that we'll get who the winner is. And we'll do that in a jiffy. Thank you.
Yes, while we are waiting for the judges to give us the final results, it's good for us to look forward to what the contestants have told us. Smart cities. Yes. You use your voice to open your gate. You use your voice to turn your blinds. Your voice locks you up inside your room. It's a funny thing, you see. Yes, we are talking smart cities and dependence on artificial intelligence. But you see, when some people raise eyebrows about the problems of artificial intelligence, advocates of AI will tell you what you input is what the computer brings out. The more you input, you get the same thing. So AI is nothing without human intelligence. However, the way we are going, our artificial intelligence are getting more intelligent. And they are growing. You might wonder, how do metals grow? How does code grow? But you see, each time you make an input into them, they modify themselves to give you a better answer. Ways back, when we were talking about those of us that are film addicts, 1984, was it not the Terminator that came out then? The revolution of machines coming from the future to kill the present so that human race can end. For those of us that were around in this period, 80s, early 80s, it was like a mirage. Can that ever happen? Last year, I watched a documentary on an event in Dubai. And then the Grand Ruler of Dubai was walking along the road, and a giant AI machine was walking behind him. And everything we imagined came true in our eyes. That future is already here now. So when you're talking about smart cities, it is not imagination. Go to all these Banana Island, Lekki, and you find some of those smart houses, smart estates. Your voice opens your gate. Your voice locks your door. It puts on the hot bath, the temperature. But you know the problem with computers. Hackers are always there to turn the tide of things. And that security becomes insecurity. Welcome to artificial intelligence. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your patience and for your rapt attention. For this competition for CoPA 2025 Olumo in Abeokuta, we have the winner as Oni Simisola from Covenant University. Connie, can you come up here? And she's going home with the first prize winner, the prize 150,000, and she has 30,000 as a transport fare going and coming. So let's give her a big round of applause. Can we call on Balogun Sonny to come and make presentation of a check to her? Thank you, sir. Erora, sir. Agbadale, sir. The teacher, please. Where is the teacher that accompanied Simi? Please, can you come up here? She's going on with 180,000 naira.
Oni Simisola, congratulations. Very impressed about your performance. And on behalf of the Society of Testing Laboratory Analysts of Nigeria, I present to you this check of 180,000 being the winner of the competition. Congratulations. And keep it up. Can also be a public analyst. I'm a public analyst. Eh? You are going to solar engineer. Okay? Congratulations. I wish you best of luck.
A big congratulations to Nisimi Sola. Thank you for putting it in. And that is a check of 180,000 naira. Thank you for your resilience. She had exam today. She finished the exam and was coming straight down to Abeokuta all the way from Ota. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. And we come to Egwuatu Chimego, the second place winner with 72.6 points. Please, can you give her a big round of applause? Egwuatu is from the Belts University. Now I call on Mr. Yodeji Oluwagbenga to please present her check to her on behalf of the institute. She goes home with 105,000 naira. Second prize winner is 75,000 with 30,000 at transport fare.
Congratulations to you. Congratulations to you. On behalf of SoTLAN, I present this check to Egwuatu. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Oni Simisola, and congratulations, Egwuatu. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for coming. The panelists, thank you for your great job. It's been a wonderful time. God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you, our great panel of judges. We'll appreciate you. Simisola and Ugwuoke, congratulations and thank you very much for being part of us. Thank you. I was talking about smart cities and AI, and people were laughing. I'm even told that my laughter sounds like AI laughter. Yes, it's noted. But remember, we need to be aware as we talk about smart cities. Thank you. Simisola and Ugwuoke, please. Come for your certificate of participation, please. Yes.
Good afternoon, esteemed public analysts. And you are welcome to the city of Abeokuta to 7th Conference of Public Analysts, TAG CoPA Olumo 2025. I'm sure we are busy with our mouth. For those who are not busy with their mouth, can anyone here signify and inform us how does that Olumo come into CoPA of 2025? We tag CoPA of 2025. We tag this CoPA 2025, CoPA Olumo 2025. So where do we get that Olumo from? Olumo Rock, okay. The executive of SoTLAN and the LOC have packaged visits to Olumo and some other interesting places within Abeokuta in today's conference. And they didn't even do the packaging. They provided us with 2 coastal buses. We have trays. Trays is the equivalent of last mile in Lagos. They will lead us through the city of Abeokuta to Olumo and as well to OOPL, Olusegun Obasanjo Presidential Library Complex. But we would like to inform you, because we try all within our best. Connection, letter, everything within our best to ensure that Olumo Rock is open. But they said the governor, the place is under renovation, so we may not be able to enter and be able to climb Olumo Rock. But at least we'll be able to see Olumo and some interesting places around Olumo Rock. Then we will proceed to Adire Market, where you will see Adire of different shades, of different flavors. Okay, just like this. Yes, it's flavor now. Because you are scientists of the spices. We will see different type of Adire, made of Ankara, made of Guinea, made of brocade. So we will have a stop over there for about 5 or 10 minutes for those who will like to purchase Adire. Then we will have a visit to the first church in Nigeria. We will definitely be able to see St. Peter Ake, and then be able to visit the palace of Alake of Egbaland. From there, we will proceed to OOPL. At OOPL, we will just be able to drive through OOPL. But for those who will like to visit some of those things within OOPL, that's Obasanjo Presidential Library Complex, they have, what is it called within the place? A zoo. And so to visit the zoo, you will pay a sum of 3,500 naira from your purse. The zoo at OOPL. The escort didn't pay on your behalf. Only what they made available on your behalf is the coastal bus, and they are ready to pay for your visit to Olumo. That's why we put that Olumo there, that we are supporting you with the payment for that one. And at OPL, the same way, there is Obasanjo Museum within the library complex. And if you are interested in visiting that museum, it costs 5,500 naira. And if 25 people, if you are interested as in group of 25, you want to have a guided tour where you have somebody who will be describing everything within the library complex to you, most especially within the museum. It's an interesting place. I've been there before. You will see Obasanjo's car, the car he used when he was Nigeria president, his uniforms, and so many things about him. So if you are interested in all those set of things, we will be able to see it within Obasanjo Library Complex. But, you know, we are more than 120, and the coastal buses are just 2, which means each of them can take nothing less than 25 or 22 people. So for those who have vehicles, we will please plead with you to assist us with going with your vehicles. Do you understand now? But for those of us who does not come with our cars, the 2 coasters are available. And in the next 5 or 10 minutes, we'll be proceeding on this trip to see these interesting places within Abeokuta. Let's see Ekabo. Egbalawa. MC.
Okay, while we wait for the certificate presentation to the students, I want to inform us that in 30 minutes time, we'll be leaving here. So please, if you are a slow hitter, can you please increase the speed so that the digestion will start before we move? Please, let's hurry up to round up the hitting. Please come for the certificate presentation. Mr. Notunde. Please, let's keep eating and increase the speed a little and use water to step it down so it can settle well and digestion starts on time.
trendybeats.com.
I have a message for you. God has sent me to you. tell you, say you can never be the one. But God say, make I tell you, say now you him choose in 1 month, in 1 week. You will sing a new song in 2 days, unless than you will hear. Congratulations, you're in the glory of God. Congratulations, He has done it for you, and you will come back with a new song to sing. God is good. Yes, you will come again with a new song of praise. God is good. Oh, say that I can never be all that I see. I've seen that God is greater than that. Who can battle with the Lord? Nobody. Who can change His mind around me? Through many years, in many ways, I have seen His faithfulness ever and ever.
Tribulation. I bring you good news where you cannot refuse. Oh Lord, I told you with Christ that you can never lose. Oh God, woman, I beg you, give me your attention. Very, very soon you will share your testimony. One by one you will tell your testimony. Bigger than money, we say sweeter than honey.
Congratulations, you're in the glory of God. Congratulations, He has done it for you, and you'll come back with a new song to sing. Your God is good. Oh, you will come again with a new song of praise. God is good. Oh, congratulations.
King on a throne, all I put you alongside the day. Two and we together in a celebration.
I have a message for you. God has sent me to
More music on trendybeats.com. trendybeats.com.
I have a message for you. God has sent me to you. I have a message for you. God has sent me to you. Listen, them say, them tell you, say you can never be the one. But God say, make I tell you, say now you him choose in 1 month, in 1 week. You will sing a new song in 2 days. Less than that, you will hear. Congratulations, you're in the glory of God. Congratulations, He has done it for you, and you will come back with a new song to sing. God is good. Yes, you will come again with a new song of praise.